This story begins with Gears breaking the barrier of limbo. A god on his throne expressed that the time had come. In the place, all the gods were present and gave the order to advance. Ragnarok had begun. The horns sounded in every corner. Thousands of angels descended upon the world. Dragons, trolls, wolves undead. Warriors invaded the land with death and desolation. No one knew what to do against those damned monsters. A mother and her son were about to be crushed by a giant, but she managed to push her son to save him. However, she was crushed. The son tried to pull her out to escape, but she only shouted at him to run. He could still survive, and a warrior appeared. His death was certain. However, as he brandished his sword, his skull was cut off. An omnipotent presence had appeared. This one asked them to evacuate the area as soon as possible. His comrades were behind him. She thanked him for healing and saving her. The boy recognized that robe. The protagonist smiled. All the beasts were in front of him, believing it was time to start. They charged with bloodlust. But Hyung charged his power, unsheathing his sword, cutting them down. The other beasts went against him. But their fates were no different. Hyung said that this was the story of his life. It was always full of constant struggles, a story of a simple human trying to escape from his destiny thanks to a mythical object. We change scenes. The raiders are individuals capable of confronting gigantic creatures, and monsters are treasure hunters and protectors of people. A boy with red eyes admired them through the television, recognizing them as heroes, an object of envy, and at the same time of inspiration. However, he mentions that there is something they don't know about the raiders, since their heart beats faster when they are about to die. And now we return to the present in a cafeteria, where the red-eyed boy named Hyung is annoyed, because a guy suggests he be a human shield, feeling deceived by the boy in front of him. His name was Hyung Woo Min, an employee of the Raiders agency who helps guildless raiders like him get jobs. The protagonist admits that when he was contacted, he thought it would be a well-paid job, but now he sees that he will actually enter a dungeon full of the living dead, where he will only be cannon fodder, trying to negotiate a job better suited to his rank. But Waman admits to having nothing for warrior-type raiders, who are less valued currently, since mages dominate the business, being less prone to injury and having a greater attack range, being a better option for large-scale threats, something that according to the protagonist was different 10 years ago, with warrior raiders dominating. And that's why he regretted not choosing magic back then, when he was in the 3rd year of middle school 11 years ago, where he was preparing for the Mills Academy specialized in training raiders, where in his aptitude test, he scored 97% in magical aptitude, even surpassing the percentage of the best current mage with 92%. On the other hand, his score for knighthood was only 32%, but he ultimately chose this branch because at that time, mages had a terrible reputation, serving only to buff knights and thus depending on them to fight creatures. But now the roles were reversed. Thinking about how if his choice had been different, his life would be too. However, now it was too late to regret it, only remaining to watch the bespectacled boy insist, lamenting how he had the talent to be superior, and now today he was only an inferior-ranked warrior, with no options left in his miserable life. He accepts the job, leaving Gomi discontent, and the protagonist can only acknowledge that no matter how much he tried to negotiate, the answer was always yes, right from the start, as his options were limited. Gomi tells him he will see him tomorrow. The protagonist replies that it is not necessary, as he knows he has work. But Gomi insists he will see him there, and so the awaited day arrives. Everyone is in front of the portal, with Kyan complaining that his friend hasn't shown up, remembering how this rank a mage wastes his life working at the agency. Thinking about this, a strange dark figure comes to mind, calling him useless bastard. And he comes back to his senses, now even more pessimistic, until another warrior greets him. His name is Myung, an old friend who came to the job for the same reason as the protagonist, lack of options. However, this older knight is more optimistic, taking pride in being a warrior. For his part, the protagonist just wants to stay alive. The optimistic friend invites him for a drink when they survive. Hyung accepts, but he has no money, and although Myung initially doesn't want to offer to invite him again, he does so when he sees him looking so gloomy, which makes the protagonist thank him, seeing him as an easy mark. At that moment, his boss appears announcing entry into the dungeon. Myung steps ahead while the protagonist takes a moment to sigh, remembering that raiders have two functions there: to search for treasures, which can sometimes fill them with greed and put them in danger, ending in tragedy. We don't know the second one because his friend hurries him to enter, looking cheerful with his phone. Thinking the protagonist has no knob, likely nada or no news, no idea in context, but keeping literal interpretation of action, when in reality he is only looking at his mother's photo, to whom he promises he will survive. Once inside, the undead attack. The warrior raiders contain them with their shields, receiving the order to hold until death, while the mages conjure a fireball that evaporates the zombies. The protagonist recognizes these mages as part of the Meteor Guild, well known and very useful for the protagonist's goal: survival. Later, Hyun and his friend converse. The latter thinks they don't have much time left, complaining about growing old without enjoying life. The protagonist tells him he is still very young and stronger than him. Hyun happily asks if he got any good items. The protagonist tries to check, but at that moment, his screen glitches, causing a headache as he sees that the Asir system is down and cannot restart because it has been infiltrated. Confused, he starts to get scared upon hearing a voice in his head telling him to follow the light. Seeing his questions, he expresses that nothing is wrong, but suddenly he sees the lights, wondering if he should tell her. However, he stops, stating he is going to the bathroom, getting up to follow it. Going deeper into the dungeon, he followed the orbs while trying to reactivate his system, which since his awakening at age 10 had never had problems, but he continued with the orbs, thinking that the voice he heard might have something to do with the Asir system failure, which referred to the Asgardian gods, the latter being humanity's bastion of hope. At that moment, he recalled that event that almost led to humanity's extinction. When 20 years ago the calamity began, a ship on the open sea in the Pacific was the first to be swept away by the energy wave, from which an enormous tree emerged that did not stop growing until it covered the skies in 9 days, a signal of extinction for some and an object of worship for others. The reality is that this tree is Yggdrasil, the tree of Norse mythology, which on its 9th day unleashed tragedy, releasing monsters like harpies, dragons, and wolves throughout the world. These wiped out half of humanity, while on the other side famines occurred, and plagues, wallowing in despair, until the last hope appeared. A powerful warrior with a sword and a flaming aura confronted the wolves for the first time, whom he exterminated with a smile. With the appearance of this unknown person, the first awakened emerged, a human wielding the will of the gods, and so little by little more emerged, who would fight against the monsters, being baptized as raiders, who became part of the seer system, the strongest weapon wielded by the most powerful heroes. With that said, it is assumed that if the system changes, it will bring nothing good. On the other hand, his search for the light just reached in front of a hidden treasure door where special items are usually housed, so he was excited, opening it immediately, looking for something worth millions to get out of his miserable life. Finally entering a room full of lights, where a great point of light stood out, which was slowly approaching, passing through the beam of light, and taking it while the system was restoring, detecting an object and thus analyzing it, recognizing it as the lost Eye of Dodin mythical rank, whose equipment was permanent. This is the Eye of Dodin, the king of Aersea, which allows gaining wisdom. It is the only mythical object in the world, which allows understanding runes and using magic, activating a universal derivation skill, which allows understanding magic as a formula, and thus destroying it too. Additionally, it could use any magic if it was an enchantment. It also had the ability of blank cards, single use. It could copy skills. Reading this, he smiles, remembering that such an object could be worth millions on the black market. And since it was the only mythical object, by selling it, he would finally celebrate escaping scorn and being used as cannon fodder. Thinking of selling it quickly, although first he wants to try it on, until he notices that once activated, there is no turning back. Canceling the equipment to archive it for safety, thinking that using it on himself would be a waste, because his level had reached the age limit, which is at 20 years old, believing the world was like that. Sometimes he had fortune or some tragedies, and today fortune was finally smiling upon him, and so deciding to return to the group, where if it weren't for Myung, they would have left him. Heehyun apologizes and they move forward, but receiving a scolding. However, Heehyun's attitude remains cheerful. He has even decided to invite his friend for a beer later, which leaves Myun surprised, who thinks he has matured. While walking, he remembers how dangerous it is for someone to know he found an object, because it could put a target on his back, since laws don't apply in that place, complicating his plan to sell it when he gets out. That's why he had to try not to draw attention, just as the leading mage gathers them to move forward. However, the ceiling shatters and falls on them. The protagonist barely manages to escape, and from afar a crying mage, noticing that the cloud around her is not dust, but poison. Myung approached to escape the place, and Hee-yeon shouted at everyone to get ready for withdrawal. And in less than a second, he sees his friend's blood, as he is impaled by a mysterious figure, leaving the group in shock. Seeing him fall lifeless to the ground, he starts running scared, almost breathless. He recalls the explosion, the poison, and his lifeless friend, realizing it's the work of scout assassins, who perhaps want to eliminate the Meteoro Guild without being able to leave. Out of fear of being caught, he looks for cover, determined to live and sell the mythical object. However, he didn't realize that a spear and a large chain of fire were heading straight for him, barely managing to dodge it, only to hear congratulations from a familiar voice. Gomi. This one appeared, believing he had told him they would see each other that day. The protagonist asked Waman if everything was his fault. He smilingly accepted. The protagonist asked for calm. He had to control the situation, asking why he did it. This one sighed. It was because of a client's request. Besides, there were many people who disliked the Meteoro Guild. They were always very boastful. It wasn't strange for that to happen. The protagonist understood. He was a dungeon assassin. That name was used to refer to those who improperly used closed dungeons. And his guild had been attacked by a blind spot, thinking about confronting it but denying it. Yeoman was a rank A mage, one of the geniuses who made up 2% of the country. On the other hand, he was just a rank D. He wasn't skillful or weak, just average, starting to think about how to get out of that place alive. It was assumed they only wanted to kill members of that guild, but nobody cared about him, wanting to convince him to reach an agreement. However, an attack appeared, believing that if he hadn't reacted, he really would have died. Feeling that then the target wasn't the Meteoro Guild. Dodging the attacks, he wondered if he had done something wrong to someone who could wish him dead. He had to think carefully about who would do such a thing, and he remembered a subject who treated him horribly. Asking him if his father had sent him, he started to laugh. He was really very smart. Recalling that image, Hyun asked if 5 years ago in winter his father had also ordered that attack. And so they flattered him. He never thought they would know that too. It was truly surprising. As he approached, he couldn't understand how his father had murdered his own wife and then his son. And an attack grazed his head, believing it was time to say goodbye to this world. However, the protagonist sighed, activating the mythical object. He didn't understand what he was babbling, but at that moment he froze. A presence with enormous power was in front of him, wondering what kind of magic that was. Something felt wrong. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible, asking him to die already, launching his most powerful attack. And so an attack slowly approached Hyun. However, when his eyes opened, that attack was completely disintegrated. To the astonishment of both, the notification indicates that the Eye of Duin has been equipped and that he has one blank card available. Waman, for his part, shouted agitatedly upon seeing his magic scatter. The furious protagonist stepped firmly and with burning rage promised to finish him off in the most painful way possible, activating his blank card and copying Waman's lightning chain, forming 5 enormous spears aimed at his rival. Who does not understand how someone of his class can use a technique that took him years to learn? Furious, he doesn't want to be defeated by his own technique, but the protagonist tries, launching chains at him. The blows are blocked by the mage again and again, who struggles to dodge the attacks. With no other options, Waman begins to escape scared while preparing his own chain to throw. However, he is intercepted by the universal derivation, and one of the chains speeds towards Waman, who sees it approaching, activating a magic circle but with a single look. Of the universal derivation, it is destroyed. The confused mage, unable to dodge, ends up impacted. The protagonist walks towards him, or what remains of his rival, with shattered glasses and mortal wounds. Women begs him tearfully not to eliminate him, but the phrase doesn't even finish when a chain delivers the final blow. With Heejun wondering if it's all over, he collapses, almost unconscious, without energy or mana. Seeing the irony of having obtained a mystical object and now being on the brink of death, remembering that he had previously faced the death of his loved ones. But now death stalks him, feeling cold and closing his eyes, and then a new system restores itself, offering him to execute it and return him to the moment the user wishes. The protagonist thinks it's a regression, confused, feeling it's his only option. He decides to execute it, smiling as he sees the new system activate, called Namir, and transports him to a kind of heaven where he observes 3 resplendent maidens speaking a strange language. They seem to agree on something, and after reaching a consensus, the blonde maiden offers him her hand, and upon taking it, he becomes the adversary of the tall and powerful Aesir, acquiring the abilities observed by the gods and the absolute eye of God, and thus he awakens in a much younger room, seeing his desk with a photo of him and his mother. The system indicates that time has been returned to the period the user indicated. Remembering many deaths and sufferings, he wonders if he is dreaming or if he has truly returned to the past. Seeing his mother ready to go to work, he runs to hug her, crying with joy, thinking that if he is dreaming, he doesn't want to wake up. After some time, the system informs him that it is November 15, 2020. Hyung wakes up barely conscious, with 20% energy, noticing he is in his old house, where the system assigns him the mission to rest, offering him a blank card as a reward. Reviewing the events, the protagonist remembers everything, from almost going to heaven after eliminating Woman to his return to the past. Remembering the Yggdrasil tree and the monsters, confused but determined, needing to adapt quickly, accepting that he has returned 11 years to his 3rd year of middle school, with a new operating system. Namir, and thinking it could be a dream, checks his calendar, which marks the day he made his choice at the academy. Seeing this as a second chance, he deletes the option to be a knight and decides to start changing his future, choosing magic. Later, the protagonist eats calmly in front of his mother, who is distressed since the emotional hug he gave her earlier, thinking that something is worrying her son. Asking him if something was wrong, Haihun pretends to be fine, smiling and assuring her that he only had a nightmare. Although at that moment, a memory of a lifeless woman invades him. Coming out of the trance, he opens up to his mother, who believes he doesn't want to face the danger that being a raider means, thinking that if he wants to give up, she will support him. Luckily for her, the protagonist only informs her that he will change his application to mage. This surprises her, because he prepared a lot for swordsman, but what interests her is only his decision, touching his face affectionately, expressing that she will support him in everything he does. Seeing her happy, the protagonist cannot hold back tears and remembers his other objective, seeking revenge against his father, an A-rank raider, so he must become stronger. And so he is training afterwards, while recovering to 100% and completing his first mission, obtaining the blank card. From this, he builds his strategy with his knowledge of the future, both of objects and dungeons. Although he doesn't understand what the NOMIR system is, he must take advantage of everything he can. With the skills he copied, like the Chain of Lightning, and those granted by the eye, like Universal Derivation. Additionally, the other warrior skills he has learned, he observes that his stats have reset. But unlike, his skills did not reset thanks to the skill observed by the gods, which allows him to keep his skills for being blessed, noticing the great buff that this ability grants him and that he is now literally being watched by the gods. He decides to check the rest of the abilities. For example, the absolute eye of God, which allows him to penetrate through illusions, although he doesn't understand it very well. He decides to focus on his stats, especially on improving resistance, which facilitates his training. Moving to the next point, what skills to learn. Discarding combat ones, since he has Woman's skill. Also, his mana is not suitable for learning many skills for the moment. Determined, he aims for the healing skill, analyzing that at that time, mages are looked down upon by warriors, except for those who have healing skills because they possess medicine in general. This is a good way to avoid hatred, although the main problem will be finding an awakened person with these skills, without knowing how many skills he can copy. He thinks about using them strategically and not desperately. Being interrupted by a call from Kim Yo-hun, his childhood friend, with whom he plans to enter the academy. But he remembered that day he saw her lie lifeless. Altered by this memory, he decides to change the future. Now, seeing her messages insisting that he go see a mage named the Saint. Jo Sung-eum gets excited because it is exactly what he was looking for, so he says goodbye to his mother. and he heads there. For her part, the Saint's driver summarizes her schedule while being worried about her, as she looks very pale. Although she says she is fine, he is clear that she is overdoing it, since her healing skill. Sacrifice is consuming her little by little, with no one to heal her. It was only a matter of time before she collapsed, which upsets the driver, but she doesn't seem to care. And so Kim drags Hyun through a square full of people. The protagonist mocks, saying she only invited him so he wouldn't get lost, while she complains childishly. And she tightens the grip of her hand when he asks her to let go. Hyun continues mocking, surprised that someone so intelligent is so bad with directions. She replies that thanks to her he can see the Saint, asking him to thank her. The protagonist accepts, admitting that without her, he won't be able to talk to Jo Seung. Once at the event, Kim is very excited, to the point of exaggeration, according to the protagonist, who sees the mega event only for a speech by Jo Asun, the master of the most famous guild, Yonghwa. At that time, she was the most famous healer in the world, in an era where incursions were frequent, being recognized for protecting people, a very important figure, who is now in front of them taking the microphone to the ovation of everyone. But for the protagonist, she is just a person with 2 months to live, because she will soon enter, in critical condition during the exploration, into a dungeon, victim of the counter-effect of her own healing spell, with no method to heal her. But at that moment, amidst the shouts of her fans, the Saint begins her speech in which she basically seeks to recruit more awakened for the incursions. Later, the protagonist goes with Kim, whom he has to drop off to go search for his other objective. She gets upset because he wants to leave her alone, and it seems she really has problems with directions. Luckily, the protagonist calls his mother so she can pick her up, leaving her alone despite her complaints and pouting, and so he goes in search of that objective, John Sung's limousine. As he approaches, he has to deal with her driver, who sees him as another crazy fan. Hyun keeps insisting on talking to the Saint, so with no choice, he shows a big smile, confessing to the driver that he knows John Sung has a serious illness that he can cure. The driver, surprised at first, quickly turns to anger and grabs the protagonist by the shirt, shouting at him to tell him where he got that information. The protagonist tells him that if it's a secret, he shouldn't shout, alerting everyone. Then Jo Sung tells her driver Oppa to calm down, as she wants to see if the protagonist can back up his words. Hyun confidently assures her again that he can cure her, causing Jo Sung to notice excessive confidence. And without fear of the consequences, she believes him, and since they still had time before the next event, she invites the protagonist to get in the car, so she takes him to a more private place, where Jo Sung asks him how he found out about her illness. Hyun has no intention of answering, and tells her that if he does, he won't be able to cure her. This earns him the respect of the Saint, who sees him as a bold person, but her gaze turns cold again, and she asks him how he will cure her. The protagonist, hesitant, is honest and tells her that he will copy her technique, which upsets Oppa, who accuses him of being a charlatan. Since that is impossible, Hyun understands the distrust, since sacrifice is a unique skill, classified as rank S, the most powerful classification, belonging to the set of skills that are usually inherited, or one is born with it, unlike normal skills, which are learned by memorizing a formula. These skills lack formulas, so they are not monopolized by families or individuals. Even so, the protagonist confidently assures her that if he couldn't do it, he wouldn't have suggested it. But Oppa doesn't calm down until Sejong asks him to. The protagonist knows that the only way is to use an equal or superior technique, although there is no technique stronger than sacrifice. And this cannot be used on oneself, as it uses the vital force of the user to heal others. Jo Sun trusts him and shows her technique, which the protagonist quickly copies, although it leaves the woman skeptical. To clear her doubts without speaking, the technique in his hand, allowing him to suggest a negotiation. With the sacrifice skill registered, he gains the power to generate a healing wave for his allies, and also functioning as a judgment of light against the undead, and with the advantage that since it is a copied skill, it has no penalty. A smile is drawn on Hyung's face. For Yosung, it is surprising that not only can he heal her, but he also wants to negotiate, seeing him as someone interesting. The protagonist lays out his terms seeking sponsorship. She understands that he means she will help him grow among the riders. Hyung nods since to fulfill his dream, he needs money and connections, seeking the support of her guild. She happily accepts, admiring his guts and noticing his talent, but she has one condition. This surprises the protagonist, who sees how calm she is even though he is her only way to survive. Listening attentively to her offer, she tells him that although her illness is a personal problem, he wants the guild's support, and supporting him without a motive would not be equitable. Hyung understands and listens to her condition, even knowing that she is the one who has something to lose. And the condition is that he joins her guild, as his great abilities, such as his research capacity in discovering her illness, and the fact of copying skills, perfectly makes her think that she doesn't know if someone else like him will appear, thus being a good investment, as he could copy more techniques. The protagonist internally knows that he only knows about the illness because of his time travel, and he cannot know when he will copy another technique again. But she says what is most important to her, while getting very close to him, standing in front of him, and holding his chin so he looks her in the eyes, noticing that Hyung doesn't have a shred of nervousness, which she finds very attractive. Yosung quickly moves away and tells him that those are not her reasons. The protagonist knows that even though in the future the guild collapsed without her, currently it is number one and a very good option to gain respect, although he wonders if it is illegal to negotiate with a minor. She smiles and tells him that he will have a right of priority for negotiation, which he recognizes as the way guilds supported cadets. Once they were adults, they had a greater right to sign them, something that only happened with geniuses. Happy to receive this offer, when in his future he would be rejected even by low-ranking guilds. Hyung is euphoric. Seeing him so cheerful, Jo Seung recognizes his childish side, which she finds endearing and lets him go, sending the contract to her home for her to think about it. He agrees, but prefers to start healing her. With her positioned, he thinks he can decide about the contract now or later. Oppa watches them nervously, thinking about how so many other doctors and raiders sought a cure, and none could heal her until now, seeming too easy to him. Just as the protagonist activates the skill, starting the healing, enveloping her in a gigantic shining wave of magic that surprises her as she feels her body heal. While he does it, Oppa apologizes for not believing him, although the protagonist admits that he wouldn't believe a child either. Even so, Oppa is determined to apologize properly. For her part, the healing ends and Hayu asks the master to stand up. She walks straight to her window, looking at the sky, while activating a skill that creates shining butterflies, unable to hold back tears as she has no more symptoms. But now she worries about the penalty for him. He knows there isn't one, and he reassures her, assuring her that if it ever affects him, she will heal him. With this, the exchange of their business cards seems to be over for the moment. She affirms that she will keep her promise. But before leaving, the protagonist has one more request. If he can be taken to a low-rank dungeon of the guild, since he knows he will soon face geniuses at the academy. So he must level up. Then, being there, Oppa gives him basic equipment along with potions, medicines, and an orb for when he enters the dungeon. Jin confidently looks at the items and thanks him, but the bodyguard fears for his safety, since it's not safe to enter alone. The protagonist calmly tells him that he must do it to level up. With no other options, Oppa takes out another magic item for him to take, a teleportation stone, which will send him directly to the guild if he breaks it. Smiling, he says that this is a way to apologize and thank her for what she did for Josung. With this, the protagonist expresses gratitude, and he heads toward the entrance, feeling the magic of an E-rank dungeon, which shouldn't be a problem. And he is stopped by Oppa one last time, who reminds him to use the stone if he is in danger. With this, Hyung enters, and just by setting foot inside, everything changes color. Shadow hands begin to envelop him with the announcement that carrying the Numer system, he will be transported to a specific point, specifically the land of the dead, Helheim. For her part, Josung is very worried about the protagonist, remembering when he asked her to go to a dungeon, even though no aspirant could defeat him alone, even with all his unpolished talent. But considering the protagonist's ingenuity, she wonders what he is really planning. With a smile of intrigue, she is interrupted by a girl who knocks on her door, named Park Hana. She enters carrying what her master asked for, the protagonist's profile. Hana is surprised that the master is investigating someone directly, thinking he must have a special talent, until the saint realizes that Hyung is an aspiring knight, which confuses her when thinking about how he uses magic. Looking further at the file, a silence is generated between both women. which is broken by Jo-sung's surprise upon seeing that there was an error in the result. However, Hana confirms it for her. The protagonist has a 97% magical aptitude. Yo-sung gets up to call Oppa, telling him that when Hyun leaves the dungeon, to bring him to see her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the protagonist falls to the ground unable to stop himself, looking at a shining blue moon, and coughing in pain again and again, getting up as best he can, confused by the place he is in, without noticing that a skeleton carrying a bow appears from the darkness, and a shining arrow. It shoots at him without the protagonist noticing. Hyun barely manages to dodge it by reflex, receiving only a cut on the cheek, while the skeleton reloads in the shadows for a new attack. Immediately, the protagonist feels the poison of the arrow and activates sacrifice, starting to glow. But before he can react, the dead begin to rise from the earth, as well as hundreds of shadows around him, and an arrow flies directly towards him, being barely stopped by his hand, smiling annoyed at the situation. For her part, Kim sees the autographed photo of Jo-seung, remembering when the protagonist abandoned her in the square, even knowing that she is bad with directions, feeling deceived upon remembering that her friend hates crowded places. And yet she accompanied him to the speech only to leave her stranded, remembering how before he always took her home. But now she doesn't understand the change in attitude, nor Hyun's career change, despite how much he trained to be a knight. Recognizing him as someone very careful in his decisions, and no matter how much she turns it over, she only admits that her friend has suddenly changed. Without reaching a conclusion, she decides to simply threaten him by message. Kim's threads reach Hyun in the dungeon, who feels a chill, blaming the specters surrounding him, seeing that his rivals are a draugr and an archer skeleton, whom he only has to face with a guild staff, remembering that he is in the realm of the dead from Norse mythology, supervised by Loki's daughter, one of the 7 worlds that, excluding Midgard and Asgard, consists of Niflheim, the world of mist, and Frost. Then there is Muspelheim, the world of fire, Jotunheim, the world of giants, Ulfheim, the world of elves, Svartalfheim, the world of dark elves, Vanaheim, the world of the gods, Vanir and Nilfheim, the coldest world of all from where Helheim is accessed and where he is now, surrounded by beings that always return, which makes him go from being afraid to wanting to test his new powers as a mage, counting that the sacrifice skill is a healing skill, but when used against undead monsters, it functions as a light judgment attack, a powerful skill, but when attacked he defends himself with the magic staff, repelling the zombie, believing that relying on a single skill is wrong. That's why he must test his other abilities, unleashing a chain attack, counting while dodging that he currently has no experience as a mage. That's why he couldn't pass up an opportunity like that, attacking with his staff, but it broke, recalling his attacks, wondering how a mage would really fight, feeling that for now he couldn't learn more, unleashing his sacrifice skill, destroying absolutely everything in the area and gaining a lot of experience. And thanks to it, he manages to level up, recovering his stamina, standing up, seeing how useful that skill is, but worried at the same time, because in another scenario it wouldn't be as functional, accepting that he must learn to fight like a mage. However, now he must deal with the obvious. He is not in the dungeon he should be in, but in the land of the dead. Thinking that the Numir system is responsible, he plans to flee, using the teleportation stone, until an enormous presence of mana envelops him, terrifying him. Desperate, he looks in all directions, feeling something approaching. Fear and pressure make him fall to his knees. Unable to breathe, confused without knowing what is coming, he knows clearly that if he doesn't move, it will be his end. So he uses his broken staff to stab his leg and snap out of the trance. And with great pain, he holds back screams so as not to alert the enemy, which presents itself as a red entity projecting behind him. Terrified, he sees a giant shadow, from which even the system suggests escaping due to the great difference in strength. Smiling, seeing himself in trouble, he decides to use the stone, but as soon as he has it in his hand, the shadow begins to envelop him, which throws him far away, losing the stone. Barely conscious and seriously injured with very little life left, he sees the shadow approaching, launching an attack. Unable to dodge, all he can do is resign himself, closing his eyes, but when he opens them again, the movement of the shadows has stopped just before reaching him. A mysterious figure with a purple aura appears. It was a girl with horns who does not allow the protagonist to be eliminated because he is an important guest since she tells him that he was born. To be the adversary. The confused and nearly lifeless protagonist watches the girl approach to hold his face, surprised that he is just a rather average boy with decent mana, but nothing useful to face the Aesir gods, doubting why Loki would choose him. Hyung, without energy from the injuries, thinks he is going crazy, with the girl's nails almost cutting his throat. He sees how his plans for revenge against his father and success, as a mage will be lost if he doesn't do something. With a determined look, he watches her, ready to attack, but the girl says with a big smile that she likes that look. Getting even closer, seeing him as someone too weak, and she begins to squeeze his neck, leaving him breathless, expressing that with the end so near, if he fails and hell falls upon them, she herself will finish him, cutting off his breath with her grip, until he begins to disintegrate into a purple aura that rises. Before leaving, she tells him that because he is important to them, she will give him another chance to become stronger and defeat the Night Shadow. In exchange, she will give him a gift. With this, the system activates, showing his first mission, the Door of Hell, which basically consists of defeating the Night Shadow in 2 months. With this, Hell tells him to get stronger, while the shadows begin to surround her, enveloping him and darkening the place, where only Hell's voice is heard, telling him that if he doesn't get stronger, she herself will eliminate him. Before completely fading into darkness, the protagonist remembers that goddess who offered him her hand when the system activated. And then nothing, until he wakes up confused at the dungeon entrance without any wounds, supposing he was healed by Hellboy. But first, I have to tell you something. Everyone at some point has wanted to be in a manga, or in an anime, or perhaps talk to our favorite characters. Well, you can do this with this wonderful application Talkie. It is a platform where you can find all types of characters and you can start a conversation with them. Each conversation is trained to respond with a unique personality for each character. For example, we have characters like Goyo, Mitsuri, and Toya Todoroki. There is also the world, where we find Yuna, a Chinese sword who is looking for an adversary to fight. And although you look weak, she decides to give you a chance to prove you are worthy. Or we can do something calmer, like going shopping with Saitama. In it we will talk, for example, with Satan, a dragon who greets us with a roar, angry about appearing in front of him. We only apologize, since we only came to recommend the Talkie application. Then we go with the lovely Power, who informs us about an incident in the city with demons, asking us to help her. We are going to accept, on the condition that she subscribes to the YouTube channel. She smiled, accepting, but only with a kiss. Ah damn, I think that's not how it worked. She wants to convince us, but we better go with Naruto, to whom we say we are very hungry. So he must recommend where to eat, and he recommends a restaurant in the city center, which we suppose is Ikaraku Ramen, thanking him, and he also wants to go eat. And that is why, since it has more than 10 million downloads, you can also customize even your girlfriend. Because looking at mangas, I don't think you have one, just kidding, but it's a world full of possibilities. You just have to click on the link in the description to download it completely free. And now let's quickly continue with this gem. The system reminds him of his mission, confirming that it wasn't a dream. Then he realizes that Hell is one of the goddesses of the 9 worlds, ruler of the underworld. Upon understanding and accepting that he met a goddess and that she recognized him as the adversary, he quickly remembers hearing something similar when he entered the Numir system on his past journey, now more confused by his regression and what it means to be the adversary, and why he is so important. Despite being busy, all he can do is think about becoming stronger, since if he doesn't, the goddess he just met will take him to the underworld, feeling good for having a goal which he knows won't be easy, especially remembering his recent fight where he confirmed he has no idea how to fight as a mage, needing to learn the basics just when he receives the message from the saint's assistant to talk about the contract, which fits him perfectly, since he planned to see her the next day to ask her for a small favor. And so a day had passed. At the guild, the protagonist follows Oppa, while remembering that they contacted him due to his great magical aptitude as an awakened, thinking that it is so high that few people have it, recognizing his poor choice of having leaned towards martial arts. In his first future, after walking and thinking a lot, they finally arrive at a training center, where Jo Seung was waiting for him. She asks him, "How did you like the contract?" Which, according to the protagonist, has a good monthly payment, unlimited rank B equipment, and a very lucrative remuneration for cleared dungeons. In summary, it is too good a deal, letting his master know, but he still has one condition to fully accept it. She wants to listen, smiling. He starts by saying that if she has seen his profile, she will know about his talent, but since he recently switched applications, he has no idea about being a mage. So he asks her to teach him herself. Jo Sung does not lose her smile. Oppa observes the scene, thinking that despite not considering him a big deal, the boy is talented and not very cautious in asking for something like that without thinking. Luckily for him, Jo Sung accepts, as she is interested in knowing what he is capable of. However, she imposes a condition on him. A test, something the protagonist expected, but Oppa is worried by the change in expression of his boss. Hyun accepts without thinking twice, and upon receiving the test from his smiling master, she uses her energy to create a gigantic blue mana cube that envelops the training field, leaving the protagonist amazed, recognizing it as the mana cube which he must overcome. And although Jo Sung thinks he has the talent to do it, the protagonist realizes that it is a test used to train rank B mages. And above, and being so untrained in magic, he doubts if he can do it with his current level, admitting to them that he doesn't want to disappoint them. She reassures him by telling him that, even if he fails, nothing about the contract will change, it will only affect her decision to teach him. With that said, the protagonist knows he cannot back down, and he accepts. Yusun happily asks Oppa to start the preparations, but he doubts if the protagonist will be okay, since the mana cube is a problem even for awakened mages, and the protagonist is still a child. She maintains that they do not have an ordinary child in front of them, and confidently tells him to start. Oppa agrees and presses a button. This releases all the power that Jo Sung had created before. The protagonist in front of him recognizes that even though he has information about the cube, having it in front of him seems much more imposing. But they don't let him think much, as his master asks him to start, encouraging him to give his best. With no other option, he closes his eyes and enters the gigantic wall of mana, in front of the gaze of the others, with a worried Oppa and Jo Sung full of confidence that he will achieve it, although this is just a hunch, wondering how long it will take him to get out. For his part, Hyun opens his eyes, appearing to be sinking slowly into the darkness of an ocean of mana. As he sinks, he is grateful to be able to breathe and not acquire a mana addiction, which can occur when exposed to mana explosions that the body cannot tolerate. Since although mana is like oxygen, which is only used when creating magic or skills, or constant exposure, it can cause damage to people's cardiopulmonary functions, causing death. Therefore, he must not waste time and looks for an exit, recalling his information while swimming. And at that moment, he feels something, a large amount of mana. He had never seen anything like it in his past. Approaching the place, for his part, Oppa asks Jo Sung outside how long she thinks it will take. She calmly tells him that it took her 40 minutes, which is the country's record. Oppa is now more confident in the boy. He just thinks that he either surpasses the cube or even sets a new record. This is supported by his master, who doesn't doubt that the protagonist will get out. And not much time passes when Jo Sung watches the cube in amazement, alerting her assistant, as both watch how it begins to crack. Amazed, they see that in just 10 minutes the cube has cracked, and they don't know what is happening inside. For his part, Hyung swims directly towards the densest source of mana in the place, a purple gem that serves as the core, destroying it and feeling the mana become uncontrolled. And the system indicates that he has obtained the skill Mana Essence application. Outside, they watch in astonishment as the cube collapses, leaving Oppa slack-jawed, thinking that only 7% of mages had achieved it with an average of 3 hours for ranks. B and S ranks about an hour and a half, and with a time record, which was held by a girl named Camilla from the European Union with 36 minutes. But the protagonist broke it by finishing it in only 10 minutes. With this, Oppa sees him excited upon exiting, and he rushes to congratulate him. Jo Sung, astonished and a little worried, asks him how he did it. He confesses to her that he found a crystal and destroyed it, which also excites her, rushing to take his hands, looking at him incredulously since she knows that very few could see the core, much less destroy it because for that the mana must be superior, remaining trembling with emotion, having to control herself to pose determinedly in front of him, promising him that she will turn him into the most powerful mage of all. Meanwhile, Kim and the protagonist's mother were waiting for him in front of his house. Kim is annoyed by the delay. His mother, for her part, is worried and becomes even more alarmed when she sees him arrive in a limousine. Leaving both of them confused, she waves from a distance, which makes his mother think he is involved in shady business, while Kim feels jealous. Then in Hume's room, Kim tries to understand his change of mind, since apparently he has already done all the paperwork for the switch to magic. However, she doesn't fully believe him, since until recently he despised the option of being a mage. Thinking that perhaps he went crazy, Hume prefers to downplay it and insists that he just changed his mind, although she reminds him that the reason why, being so talented in magic, he opted for the warrior class was money, which he won't earn in that career. This unlocks a flashback from the future, when Womi despised the warrior class. With this, he prefers to change the subject and asks her instead why she is there. She expressed it was due to a trip by her parents, so Kim will stay there and settles down on his bed. At the protagonist's gaze, who doesn't understand how she can prefer that small apartment over her large house. And seeing the cheerful and playful girl, he remembers that she is an only child, and with her parents working in the business of monster parts, which are different depending on the region, which leads her to travel abroad frequently, so she stays alone. And since her mother is close to Kim's parents, they let her sleep there. Accepting this with a smile, he asks her to teach him magic theory. She gets annoyed because he asks her, without offering anything in return. He avoids the argument, accepting and asking her what she wants. Kim has no idea, until with a laugh accompanied by a mischievous smile, she enters his mind and asks him to grant her a wish. Upon hearing it, he accepts, but with an expiration date of 1 year, thinking that by then he will have forgotten. In the end, she accepts, although he falls into doubt about what kind of wish he made that caused her to make such a serious face. And ugly one, which awakens the girl's anger, who promises to send him to the other world, and she is seriously determined to do it. Remembering how she abandoned him last time, attacking the pillow fort. While his mother calls them to dinner, the two kids seem to be having fun in that game, which makes the protagonist feel that it's not bad to be like this. Meanwhile, far away, in a jungle full of monsters, Min-song finishes off a giant snake. Just as a knight thanks him for his help in the raid. Trying to recruit him, Min-song rejects him, but the knight doesn't seem to accept the no. In response, and touches his arm, which awakens Min's homicidal aura. This translates into a vision of darkness and chains wrapping around the place, emerging from Min-song's hand, while he hears a voice in his head talking about human vulgarity and greed. Although he knows that not only humans are like that, he manages to control himself and walks away after removing the knight's memory, who is left confused. And so we return to Jo Seung and her training tights, ready to give the protagonist his first lesson. Testing his reflexes in a sparring match, the protagonist sees it as a very direct approach. But after what he has shown, it seems his master has a lot of faith in him, since she had been waiting for him since the last time. She tells him to start, and he immediately adopts a combat stance, which is analyzed by his master. From the feet, knees, and shoulders, recognizing it as a typical stance used by warriors. Hyun lunges with all his strength, but is easily stopped, to his surprise, having to retreat quickly. Amazed at not being able to land a hit, discovering the level of rank S. For her part, her master approaches confidently, expressing that from now on she will drop the formalities, giving him his first lesson, because he still hasn't dropped the warrior habits, as he lunged forward without thinking, asking the protagonist the first question. What is the difference between a mage and a warrior? He knows it's ranged attacks, since, as he explains, mages weaken the opponent with ranged attacks before delivering the final blow. Unlike him, who closes the distance too much, causing him to miss, being tougher as a master. She will show him directly, attacking too, not hard enough to hurt him, but enough to put him back in place. With her ability, if she gets carried away, the protagonist trembles while his master prepares a lightning bolt that goes straight towards him. She throws it and he dodges it, but he cannot maintain control of his body and ends up rolling until he is safe. She tells him it's his turn to attack. Without thinking, he visualizes his target and summons chains of lightning that go straight for Joseon. But with superhuman speed, she puts herself next to the protagonist, surprised by how he was holding back those abilities, although for her they are nothing, quickly launching a small arrowhead that the frightened protagonist cannot dodge. The arrow hits, exploding on him, while his calm master tells him that no matter how good his ability is, it's useless if it doesn't hit. but she was surprised to see the protagonist emerge from the dust cloud standing, even though she attacked at full force. Determined, she gives him no quarter and prepares arrows. The exhausted and injured protagonist releases his universal derivation ability, and seeing the formula, he decomposes the arrows. Joshin watches how that spell decomposes with reverse engineering, asking her how many more surprises she has. Then a chain of fire appears next to her, which she barely blocks, surprised by the speed. And the power of someone untrained, she keeps blocking the chains thrown at her. And this is how she also notes that the protagonist uses spells without incantations. Although she knows that some manage to use silent techniques, it doesn't seem to be the case for this novice. For his part, the protagonist only knows that he cannot find a way to attack, remaining with almost one arm left on his body, being far from her level. In a short time, she approaches and knocks him down, to the bewilderment of the protagonist, who didn't see the blow coming. And now from the ground, Bellasun stands confidently, who approaches to offer him a hand to get up, being truly surprised by his combat, spells, and derivation method, which makes her think that he can learn a fighting style that only Hyun can master. With a big smile, she asks him to call her master from now on and congratulates him on becoming her apprentice. Later, Hyun, distracted, receives shouts from Kim, who is in study mode or at least wears the outfit, because she is actually eating. Annoyed because he is not paying attention to her, she affirms that she hears him, but he is more surprised that she is still eating ice cream, having already devoured 4 liters. She continues to enjoy herself while explaining the types of magic to him with drawings, divided into combat magic, buffs, and healing, as well as some subvariants. However, she pays more attention to his talent as a drawer. His concentration shifts to the system, which insists on alerting him about his improvements, no matter how small, as if urging him to keep improving. For her part, Kim, sprawled on the desk, tells him how incredible it is that someone obsessed with being a knight learns complicated spells in days. Although he tries to downplay it, the jealous Kim insists that he call her master, which he ends up doing. She continues her tantrum, as she feels that if things continue this way, she will catch up to him soon. He really doesn't think that matters, while remembering that he is the only one who should complain, since he is literally risking his skin. And Kim returns imposing, taking another ice cream and starting to devour it, while criticizing the protagonist. Because although he never said it, she always considered him a fool for opting to be a knight with all that magical talent. Even if it didn't bring him much money, he remembers how mages are treated currently and has a terrifying memory of a figure surrounded by burning chains. That makes him hesitate, wondering if he is really making the right decisions, and he is pulled out of his thoughts by Kim's voice, who looks at him interested in him practicing the spells, although he already has another master for that. Still confused, he doesn't understand his hallucination and the voice he heard earlier, trying to stay focused. Ignoring that and the fact that hell threatens his life, so he decides to switch to something else, thinking about the miraculous pill that can help him advance faster. For his part, Oppa is training the cadets of his guild, including Waman and Hinakan. And after touring the place, he returns to Yusung, to whom he says they are good recruits, superior to last year's, but she is lost thinking about Hyung. Oppa notices and tells her that he is surprised. She wants to teach him that impossible training style. She truly trusts that the protagonist can achieve it, seeing him as a future rank S, being the second after her in that classification, or even surpass her, since she is mainly a healer with low combat ability, unlike Hyung, who is more skilled in everything, seeing him as a repeatable comet. For his part, the protagonist remembers the mana amplification pill that increases the mana of whoever uses it. Being a coveted item, for which he seems to have the recipe, however, he has terrible mixing skills, creating things that could well be poison, and so he is angry with himself after 3 failed attempts, with which he is slowly running out of money on ingredients and unable to ask anyone. He resigns himself, disappointed since he knows that the pill will be created in 5 years, being him the only one who has the ingredients and the steps to make it, but he fails in every attempt and remembers how he learned the recipe before returning to the past, when a world-class alchemist revealed the secret of the formula on a television broadcast. That boy was studious and a very good person who wanted the formula to help many writers in the world. With this, he decides to change his plan to one with more success, thinking of that alchemist, Lee Hee-sang, whom he planned to look for, thinking that even if the formula fails, getting along well with him would be beneficial in the future. So he aims for the Miles Academy, where Lee is studying the first year, heading right there. A while later, his mother returns, and upon finding the failed attempts of her son's homunculus, she thinks they were victims of some criminal who uses kitchens, becoming very nervous seeing the scene, and defending herself with a saucepan. For his part, the protagonist remembers that after the appearance of the tree, few awakens settled down quickly. Among them is Lee Heechin alias Quicksword, who seems to be the successor of the first awakened that existed, and who disappeared. Right now, he is looking for his son, arriving at a transport center where he asks the woman for a portal to Dange, a place forgotten by everyone, destroyed, and full of monsters, to which they still travel only for one reason. The girl knows it and is surprised to see a cadet from the academy. He denies doing so since he is only a prospect. Later arriving at the place, he sees the enormous dome that protects the academy, walking towards it, approaching while thinking of all the horrible memories he lived through there. But with no time to think, he decides to enter, leaving that area where monsters could still lurk. And now he must concentrate on Heesang, about whom he only knows that he is in the cavalry faculty and is a boy who doesn't like to fight and has no talent for it. Not knowing where to go, he decides to check the classrooms, but he hears a crowd that seems to be watching a fight in which they do not plan to intervene so as not to get into trouble, and seeing this and hearing the word stutterer, he decides to intervene, annoyed, passing through everyone, opening a door, and holding Heesang, who falls into his arms. He gets up apologizing while a bully looks at him angrily for trying to take his prey. The protagonist calmly sees how he achieved his objective. Now having him in front of him, he asks if he is okay. At that moment, the bully arrives and stands over Hyung, speaking very close to his ear. He interprets that he is his older brother, since the boy never talks about his family, so everyone thought that monsters ate them. The bully suggests the protagonist wait outside, but this one pushes him away with a quick movement to talk to Lee, and suggest he go to the infirmary. This angers the bully, who grabs him by the shirt furiously. The protagonist, still expressionless, remembers his friend Kim, teaching him magic with water and a spoon, suggesting he visualize the image he wants. He had to remember the formula and construct his spell. With that first idea, he remembers his master's technique, a ray of light that shoots out like arrows. Thus he learns the sacred arrow technique and uses it against the giant, who ends up with a broken arm and screaming in pain. The curious thing is that nobody seems to care, but they are surprised because he hadn't used any incantation, and they doubted if the bully was really strong or just boastful. Hearing his reputation fall, the bully desperately tries to attack with his sword. By instinct, the protagonist tries to dodge, but remembering his master's lesson, he prefers to create a mana barrier. The sword bounces back violently. Hyung advances, grabbing the giant's face and starting to squeeze it hard, asking him if he has finished his attack. However, this one seems to want to keep fighting, so he basically executes him using his sacred arrow directly in the face, knocking him out before the astonished gaze of Heesang, who stares at him until the gaze is returned, terrifying him, although Hyung must now attend to the bully with whom he has gotten involved. Seeing his shattered face, he doubts if it was him or if the bully was already ugly before. With no other option, he takes out a potion which Heesang seems to recognize, and it begins to heal the giant. The protagonist, assured that he is fine, plans to take Heesang to the infirmary. Later, the protagonist walks with Heesang following him in silence, until the latter finds the words to state that he is not going to the infirmary. Hyung, for his part, was only looking for a quiet place to talk to the shy boy, who thinks he is going to send him to his father. The protagonist denies it, but Hae-san really doesn't believe him. So Hyung proceeds to ask him for a favor, that he make a pill. Getting too close ends up scaring the boy, who doesn't seem to understand what he's talking about. The protagonist makes it clear that he knows he is good at alchemy, since the one who sold him the potion he used earlier was Hae-san himself. Now scared and not understanding how he got that information from the black market, he becomes paranoid. Hyung understands since there is no way to track anyone in the black market, since it is a transition system that hides the user's identity. Only information about the item and the price is handled, everything passing through the system, to guarantee security. remembering that this was exactly what he was going to use to sell the Donan's eye, although now he doesn't care anymore. And seeing the scared boy doing nothing, Hyung is thankful that at least no mirror doesn't work the same way with the black market, since if he hadn't bought that potion, everything would have been more difficult. Now he asks Hee-sang directly if he was the one who made the potion. The boy keeps trying to deny it in a very unconvincing way, remembering when he registered the potions in the black market. He thinks that perhaps he made a mistake just by wanting to earn a little money, knowing that if his father finds out, things will go very badly for him. That's why he decides to do something, beg the protagonist not to say anything. The protagonist comforts him, taking him by the shoulders, making it clear that it is not extortion, handing him the vial, making it clear to him that he only wants a good alchemist who can make the elixirs he needs. As he walks away, Hee-sang watches him, thinking he seems like an honest person but still has his doubts, so he asks for his identity. The protagonist calmly replies that he is an academy aspirant, Min Hee-hyun. With this, Hee-sang decides to accept and listen to him, and thus he takes him to his workroom. The shy boy asks what he wants him to do. Hee-hyun replies that he is looking for a mana boosting pill, which has a permanent effect, surprising the boy since he doesn't believe such a thing can exist. The protagonist knows well that it exists, since he has its inventor right in front of him. At that moment, Hee-sang begins to analyze how he could make it, causing his aura to change, and he remembers the adult Hee-sang, without stuttering and guessing several ingredients just by hearing the idea. Seeing this, the protagonist recognizes his talent, so he knows he needs to have him on his side. However, the boy quickly becomes demoralized and returns to being stuttering and shy, asking him instead to look for another alchemist. The excited protagonist jumps towards him, assuring him that he wants him to be the one to do it, thinking that, although anyone else could make it with the ingredients, Hee-sang's talent is overwhelming, promising to give him everything he needs. The boy accepts, although afraid of failing. Hyun calms him by telling him it's okay because it's impossible to always succeed. With that said, and knowing that he himself would never get past step 1, he decides to bet on Hee-sang, who, seeing the trust placed in him, accepts. Later, the shy boy remembers the protagonist's words and trusts him, something very different from what his life has generally been like, since he considers himself a coward unlike his brothers, after losing his mother. And being left alone, he tried to gain his father's approval but never achieved it, feeling miserable. But now that someone trusted him, he couldn't help but cry. Besides, he doesn't have the pressure of being perfect, reaching deep into his heart. For his part, the protagonist prepares for his first mission, the gel trial. With time flying, he only has 10 days left to fight the Night Shadow. The protagonist continues training, dodging sacred arrows before a smiling master who doesn't seem willing to give him a break. He keeps dodging as best he can, blocking with magic to prepare his own arrow launch, bombarding Yosan, who defends herself, and she, stunned, sees how he managed to crack her shield. Recognizing his progress, both exchange glances before enveloping themselves in mana and continuing the attack, until Oppa stops them and sends them to rest, mainly because they were already destroying the training area with reinforced metal. If they continued like that, they could destroy the entire place. Jiazhang is surprised by how much the protagonist has grown, both in spells and strength, being incredibly talented. She also notices that he is studying theory separately, which he admits since his friend is teaching him. His master praises that friend for being very intelligent, although the protagonist tries not to be too effusive when talking about her, remembering her as annoying, conceited, and always asking for things, recognizing her intelligence. But a bit weird, his master snaps him out of his thoughts to get him into something worse when she asks if it's true that he is looking for a new dungeon, suggesting that with his training, an E-rank one will be easy. But the protagonist is aware that he is not going to just any dungeon, but to Helgero against a sea-level knight, Shadow, that he wouldn't have been able to defeat even in his past life. Nervous, he slaps his face to try to come to his senses and enter determined mode for the battle. But first, he goes to Hee-sang, who is haggard but happy to have finished the job. The mana pill, Hyun doesn't think much about it and asks to consume it. With the alchemist giving his endorsement, he takes it and feels the effect begin to emerge, increasing his magic stat by 15, which, according to him, makes even the bitter pill seem sweet. For his part, poor Hee-sung is sleeping standing up, exhausted. The protagonist recognizes him as a great alchemist, Since being a complicated science, the effects vary depending on the alchemist, and he thinks that another alchemist wouldn't have achieved even half that effect, recognizing the boy's talent, who is very happy that they trust him. Hyung tells him to go to sleep, thanking him, and leaves, but on the way, he changes to a serious mode, determined to fight the night shadow the next day. For her part, in the depths of the underworld, Hela strokes her dragon while thinking that soon they will have their special guest. And so, with a ring, a necklace, and a pair of Valkyrie apprentice earrings, completing a set that grants him the mana extraction ability, the protagonist thinks he is ready to train. Opal watches worriedly as he enters the dungeon, and as soon as he enters, he is transported back to Hell Air's death field, where he lands on his feet in the middle of the gloom, among which he can now see magical power emanating from several places, which he assumes comes from the Night Shadow, only thinking that defeating her will allow him to see Hell again and resolve all his doubts. Who is his adversary, who is low-key, and what the Namir system is? And an archer skeleton attacks him. Without hesitation, he uses his magic shield, remembering his master when she mentions the path she wants him to follow. A hybrid profession called sword mage, which combines magic with martial arts. A profession in which no one has succeeded. Returning to the present, the protagonist charges at high speed while finishing off the undead, and casts spells, remembering how his master maintains that in terms of long and short range. That is a complicated profession for anyone, except for him, and he had wiped out all the undead. Outside, on the other hand, Oppa is entertaining himself with his cell phone until he begins to feel something approaching. Worried, he draws his sword, ready to attack, seeing a car approaching at high speed, when a girl he recognizes arrives and gets out of the car. Youngho, who are you looking for? Oppa, who hesitates about the reason for her presence in that place. She admits to working for the guild and looking for him. Oppa relaxes, putting away his weapon just the same, thinking it's a bit suspicious because she had never contacted him before. She approaches the dungeon entrance, surprised he is there, assuming he has been demoted, and with a cold attitude, she directly asks the guard if it's true that Yu-sung is sick. Hearing this, Oppa affirms it's just that, a rumor, with her implying that she heard it from ears that are everywhere, which makes it clear to him that they are being spied on. This is enough for Oppa to realize they have a lot to do now, but she doesn't leave without first asking him who Minhee Hyeon is, who has been frequently in the guild and has been with the master. He clearly doesn't plan to tell her anything, which disappoints Yeonho, who really didn't expect that answer, but at least she had to justify her pay, so she leaves promising to see him later. And with her moving away, he has to think about what to do, starting by contacting Yosung. For his part, Hyung patiently waits in the twilight field for the arrival of the Night Shadow, which appears right in front of him, making him smile, waiting for her, summoning many sacred arrows, promising her something very different from the last time, starting the battle with an attack from the shadow, which the protagonist dodges, taking distance to launch his arrows, which impact its eyes, hurting it. This infuriates the shadow, which attacks with low-to-the-ground slashes, which the protagonist dodges. Taking a step to the side, now standing firm, he prepares to receive the next attacks, dodging one with just 2 steps, and a slight head movement, to continue dodging barely without difficulty. The increasingly furious shadow sees how the protagonist controls the illusion. Hyung sees this and decides to attack with an electric chain with which he pierces the shadow, to then move it at a distance, and wrapping it, imprisoning it, leaving it ready for the final sacred arrow attacks aimed directly at the head. As a last resort, the beast shoots energy from its eyes to stop them. Now looking directly at the protagonist, it starts launching uncontrolled rays while the system alerts that the shadow has entered absolute madness mode, increasing its strength and dexterity, which bugs the system, and terrifies Hyeon. The fear increases when he is enveloped in purple mana shaped like a skull. This is called the Death Stigma, an ability that gives him only 10 minutes of life to defeat the shadow, or else the penalty will be an eternal game over. Desperate, he uses universal derivation to free himself from this curse, relieved until it immediately returns. This repeats over and over, assuming Gel's presence, which infuriates him, shouting into the air annoyed by its intervention. With time running out, he has no choice but to defeat the monster, throwing himself towards it, and attacking with everything, but the shadow dodges every attack the protagonist attempts, time and time again, who begins to despair upon seeing that the shadow is clearly mocking him, seeking to evade him. until time runs out. With this, he decided not to waste more time. Activates his chains, seeking to make an attack that covers a wide area so the shadow cannot escape, wrapping his body in the lightning chain. But before doing anything, the shadow roars in such a way that it causes a shockwave that destroys the protagonist's magic, plunging him into fear and making him fall to his knees with a great debuff on his abilities. Confused, he tries to dodge a blow that hits him, noticing that this fear cannot incapacitate him for long. Now cautious due to the previous attack, he plans to avoid activating the Judgment of Light, for fear that it might be blocked like before, because it would leave him without energy. Looking for another move, he thinks that with his first hit he damaged one of the shadow's eyes, seeing it as a blind spot. Using his mana, he creates a wind thrust that lifts a blizzard that closes the battlefield. However, the shadow does not receive the attack. As the dust clears, a brilliant sphere of mana light appears in Hyen's hands, who is not looking for a direct attack, but time to create a gigantic light bomb that goes straight toward the shadow. The light envelops the creature, which screams in pain, making the protagonist confident of victory. But it does not give up and counteracts the power, holding it in a clash. At that moment, the entire field is illuminated. The protagonist opts to deliver the final blow by activating Sacrifice, which upon detecting the zombies on the battlefield, turns into a Judgment of Light that envelops the entire place, and finally finishing off the shadow, stopping the time limit at 6 seconds, marking the end of the countdown. The protagonist smiles at the petrified shadow, and so the system recognizes his first victory and the end of his first mission while he looks into the distance, admitting that after him, it was a good choice. Decidedly, she invites him to her temple. With the defeat of the first boss and gaining 3,000 experience points, a shadow core, shadow armor, and leveling up 3 times, Hyung manages to pass the first scene, exhausted in front of the shadow's corpse, until the system calls him to the Temple of Hell, a grim and desolate place, being greeted by a huge giant dog head, full of rage, and mana, which makes the protagonist become defensive. Luckily, this huge Khan recognizes him as a guest, and finishing materializing, turns around for him to follow, walking down a corridor until they reach the center of the temple, where the boy screams asking to speak with Hell, quickly receiving a response, her voice being the first thing they hear, setting off an alert. She tells him she really didn't have faith in him, while appearing in the place very happy because her guest overcame the trial, perching on top of her giant dog. As soon as Hyung sees her, he tries to ask her why they sent him the Anamir system and subjected him to that ordeal. The reason the queen of the underworld gives is that they wanted to turn him into a stronger monster. The protagonist doubts it, but she replies that he was born destined to be one, destined to be the strongest monster in Aesir to end Odin, which is what Loki seeks with him, leaving him even more confused. She condescendingly tells him he shouldn't understand because it's something she didn't want and will be unfair to him. Hyun tries to protest, but she silences him at top speed, placing her finger on his mouth, assuring him that he won't understand the reason why the gods play with them. Lowering her finger to his chest, getting very close to his face, she makes it clear that it's not just about the Aesir gods. As she pushes him into the darkness, where he begins to sink, moving away from Hell, she makes it clear to him that the whole world is coming to an end. With Odin's fear, they only have to rely on the great monster of the prophecy, whom they ask to become stronger. With the protagonist out of Jel's influence, along with his huge dog, he directs his gaze towards a spy. For his part, the protagonist outside is on the ground, frustrated by not having resolved his doubts, although at least he has Jel's gift, an ability called the Blessing of Jel, which deactivates all altered states directed at him. On the other hand, back in the underworld, Jel continues talking to a figure shrouded in light, whom she recognizes as the old, impertinent Mimir. His infernal face tries to attack her, but she stops him. For her part, the light recognizes him as her loyal friend, although he was only there to acknowledge Hell's opinion. About Hyun, she admits that it is a bit early to say anything. However, the old man in the middle of the light sees her much more interested than she admits. Hell gives in and admits that she is surprised by his growth and how he defeated the adversary, to which Mimir agrees. She doubts if he is really there just for that, and facing the old man's negativity, she gets tired and makes her anger clear to him, asking him to stop pretending since she has noticed the division of the boy's causality, and also the eye he wore. Mimir gives up and calms her, receiving the question about what he and Loki are hiding. This cannot be said anymore since it is not yet time for that destiny to be fulfilled. She accepts it. And Loki, he cannot say more since it is not yet time for that destiny to be fulfilled. She accepts it, determined to leave, warning him that she will not stay waiting for him to see Hyung as immature for his destiny, since the prophecy will bring him several challenges, for which he will need guidance, extracting a purple mana sphere from her chest, releasing it, thinking that she will be able to guide him on the right path. Time passes, and being close to the first day of the academy, Hyung walks through a shopping center really annoyed. Han, who is with him, notices this, to which the protagonist tries to pretend he is fine, continuing their shopping trip. However, he keeps remembering that all his effort yielded no answers, comforting himself with the ability of Gel's blessing, which nullifies normal states, and just like his God's eye abilities and the one observed by the gods, is X rank, a rank that did not exist in the seer system, surpassing its limits, still doubting why the gods seek him, remembering when Gel told him they were looking for someone to finish off Odin. Despite everything, he resigns himself to not understanding anything, only to see Hana now buying an almost disposable mana sword at an exaggeratedly high price. These are all items for him that would replace the low-quality ones given by the Academy. And so moving on to the next in a very long list. Just thinking about how much money he will spend makes Hyung sweat cold. And so we go back a bit to the past when Hana looks for him to give him a gift from the guild, which now translates into many heavy purchases. Surprised by how much money the guild allows him to spend. So far, and it hasn't even ended yet, and Hana is looking for armor. Luckily, Hyung stops her as he has a very good one, which he took after his fight with the Shadow, being B rank, better than any other she could find. Also, when equipping it, he will learn how to hide, so a stealth item would be good. Hana listens to him strangely, but she knows they are not easy to find. The protagonist understands, knowing that they are only found by luck in dungeons. Hana knows this since only her brother has one in Korea. This surprises Hyeon, who asks her who her brother is, revealing that it is Oppa, the manager, which shocks him upon seeing the very different personalities of these siblings. Hana continues her way towards the weapon area, when the protagonist's eye activates, filling him with confusion and pain. He starts seeing lights that lead him toward a treasure, confused among the crowd. He decides to follow the lights, desperate, leaving Hana confused, who sees him run off. And so he follows the bright lights to a shop, where there is a gigantic yellow rock. And Suha acquires two abilities, the Supreme God's Eye and the detection ability that judges the value of unknown objects. And he manages to see through the concealment ability and other illusory abilities. Thus, he is confused seeing everything the Numir system is activating out of nowhere. Now, elsewhere we see a sword duel where a boy is brutally defeated by a white-haired boy named Ho Yeon. A duel observed by several people who are not surprised by his victory since they say his rival was good, but Ho Yeon was a genius. The boy worries about how he left his opponent, and he gets uncomfortable when those watching him call him the future S-rank raider, until his father arrives to congratulate him on that easy victory. But he tells him not to get complacent, tasking him to find him. After showering, he obviously does so while showering, thinking about how uncomfortable he is. Tired of being a mechanical piece without any kind of will, hating his current situation, feeling that he is not the type of raider he wanted to be, thinking about where he went wrong. For his part, Hyun observes the item called Mistletoe, of growth rank, which features the branch that ended the life of Odin's son. Baldur, which grows with the user with an unknown magical power, and a second effect. Learning magic power detection, which allows him to see the flow of magical power and improves mana detection. All this is what the protagonist's eye recognizes, being surprised to find something like this, thinking it's a joke from the system. All this happens while Ojian passes behind him, who is right there with his father, making a large amount of excessive purchases for his training, although the boy would prefer to use that money for his hospitalized mother. However, his furious father tells him to ignore everything that has nothing to do with training. With this, the boy has no choice but to shut up and keep walking in the middle of the commercial plaza, being recognized by everyone as the martial arts genius, but he doesn't feel good about it, believing they look at him like a desolate animal, remembering how he had his awakening as a child. Seeing his loving mother's smile, because he dreamed of becoming a raider to help his family escape the dark and poor world they were in. But for his father, it was just a moment to turn him into a tool, a simple machine that only obeys orders, feeling pathetic, doubting if he can endure the 3 years in Milla's like this. His thoughts are interrupted by the city announcement warning about a dungeon break that has released demons. This surprises him, and chaos begins to form in the area. Employees try to shelter everyone, waiting for the arrival of the raiders. Ojian is paralyzed in the middle of the plaza, hearing his father call him to evacuate since he must not fight, or he could get hurt before the academy entrance event, affecting his chances of dominating Korea in the future. The distracted boy thinks his father is right, so he must let the raiders handle it. But he also thinks about how many people will be injured before they arrive, seeing this as an opportunity to prove himself. Determined, he runs towards danger, ignoring his father's shouts, alone looking forward. Determined to demonstrate his independence as a raider, remembering his mother in the hospital. Despite this initial bravery, when he confronts the goblins, he is completely paralyzed, with nothing moving but his trembling pupils. Filled with fear upon seeing the demons, he tries to make his body respond. Without succeeding, disappointed by fearing simple low-rank demons, frustrated, he sees one of them go straight for his head, preparing to receive the blow, but the demon is eliminated by the protagonist, who appears from the sky crushing it. We go back a little in time, where Hyung is spending a lot of personal money in the unknown items section, where Hana runs up, confused, recognizing that thing as a piece of rock, although it is actually Misteltein. Understanding that without the system, few can recognize it, preferring to keep it to avoid further explanations. And so he continues with Hana, expressing that he won't buy a weapon either, which upsets the girl. Before continuing, they hear the announcement of the dungeon break, which for some reason makes the protagonist react immediately. And he runs away, leaving Hana behind, heading straight towards a window, which he breaks through, passing directly over the demons, whom he sees filled with hatred. Activating his powers and bombarding them, landing on his feet, he notices he has many monsters around. Seeing it complicated to eliminate them without injuring anyone, he starts using his lightning chains and arrows, eliminating several while moving quickly between buildings. In the distance, he sees a boy being attacked, arriving directly in front of him and crushing a goblin. And so we return to that encounter, with Ojian, who is only worried about his cap. For his part, the protagonist is astonished to see the unfortunate genius, to whom he asks for help, and he warns him about a surprise attack that the protagonist already had measured. With that settled, the protagonist tells the white-haired boy to help him prevent the demons from reaching where the people are, ordering him to stop sitting around and grip his weapon. The white-haired boy, hearing this, inspired, reacts, finally losing the fear that held him captive, seeing the protagonist as a true raider, who continues his mission to save the people, and both head towards the battle, with Hyung setting up the strategy, ordering his companion to lure the demons so they focus on him. Oh-jong accepts this. Summoning his weapon, determined to do it, he stands in front of them, planting his sword and activating the skill Roar of Provocation, which affects creatures within 50 meters, and reduces their attacks. He uses it again and again to attract as many goblins as possible. Hyung is amazed to see him use the advanced technique so many times, recognizing the talent of the boy, who unfortunately barely reaches B rank in the future due to his mental weakness, losing his reputation, and being nicknamed the unfortunate genius. But he considers that if he manages to help him with this, the white-haired boy will be useful for his purposes and also for the world. Activating his chains, preparing for combat, covering Ojian's sword, who is also ready for combat. Later, after much battle, both finish off the goblins they had, becoming exhausted, until a subject wearing a galvarina appears as part of the raider agency, Park Kyung-gon. Doubting that two boys managed to finish off all the demons. Nervously, they don't respond, making it difficult to explain to the raider bosses, so Hyung suggests not telling them anything, since this is illegal. But for the protagonist, it's only illegal if someone finds out. Park Kyung doesn't accept this, but if he doesn't want to attract attention, he promises to minimize it. The protagonist prefers to give all the credit to Oh Young, and Park Kyung accepts. Oh Young, on the other hand, hesitates, aware that the protagonist did everything, although Hyung just wants to avoid attracting his father's attention. since he doesn't know how he will react if he finds out about everything he has done in that time, especially worried about his mother, determined to keep a low profile until he achieves his revenge, determined to become stronger to eliminate him in the cruelest way possible. Ojian still hesitates, remembering that the reward will be very useful for his mother's treatment, and that his goal is for her to be proud, so he cannot lose it because of pride. Luckily, Hyun gives him a little help when he sees him looking so thoughtful, telling him he did a great job attracting the monsters, so he deserves the reward. Finally, he accepts since he doesn't want to lose someone he cares about. With this, Park Hyun concludes the situation, and the protagonist leaves, stopped by Oh Yeon, who asks for his name and phone number, calling him sir. The protagonist smiles, telling him not to call him formally since they are the same age and will meet at the academy. Hearing this, Oh Yeon is shocked, and time passes, arriving at the academy admission ceremony, where Hyung and Kim are. However, those who stand out are Oh Jeon and another girl named Daniela, whom the protagonist recognizes as the most popular incursor in the future. Someone who could be useful to him, but with some fear, he prefers to keep his distance, satisfied with all his allies. Just then, Kim hits him because she sees him staring too intensely at Daniela, who returns his gaze, being interrupted by the start of the speech by the academy head, Gu Han. The protagonist immediately looks at him with hatred, remembering that he had something to do with Kim's end, whom he is determined to prevent from dying, telling her to take care in the academy, to which she happily responds because he cares. She assures him she'll be fine, and thus an uneasy Hayoung thinks about how in a short time Kim will be among the top 3 in magic, which also seems to lead her to her end. And with the ceremony finished, Gu Han announces the admission event between the senior students and the first years, enveloping everyone in a magic transport circle, surprising everyone, even Kim, who looks scared. Hyeon, in protector mode, runs desperately to hold her hand. Meanwhile, at the Lotus Guild, Oppa informs Yosung about Hyeon's admission to the academy, something she had forgotten, as she wanted to send a supportive message to the protagonist, who knows he will be busy with the event for the next 3 days, unable to contact him. Luckily, Oppa sent a message on behalf of the master, with the protagonist replying not to worry. Returning to the event now, in a different area, the protagonist asks Kim if she is not injured, and although she doesn't seem like it, she is in a state of shock, and Daniela lands near them too, whom the protagonist recognizes as the mage who changed the way people viewed mages with a more assertive, magical attitude and the future S-rank mage. Meanwhile, in the Academy's control center, the High Command watches the great prospects of that year, highlighting Ojian along with the despised mages Daniela, Kim, and Lee Soyuk with aptitude scores above 90. This is reported by Kim Seok to head Gu, although he points out that the data for those who changed specialization is missing, to whom Gu pays no attention, considering them indecisive, and they think about how the academy works, where while some may have talent, most are just stepping stones for the most talented ones, whom he favors, willing to get rid of 100 C-rank raiders just to end up with only 1 A rank, viewing those who fail as worthless beings. And he is determined to only get the greatest jewels, which he needs for someone specific, with whom he seems to have dealings that he can no longer delay. For his part, Hyun takes care of Kim until she wakes up, while examining the space they are in, where physical laws can be broken, even time and space. It is a place where 5% of the aspirants remain, a place where the limit is taken. Their abilities. Luckily, Kim finally wakes up, which relieves the protagonist, although he doesn't let his guard down having Daniela so close. And at that moment, Gyuhain projects himself from the sky, explaining the rules of the event, where in that semiplane that limits abilities of rank C or lower must capture the name tags. If a senior takes one from a rookie, they receive 10,000 points, and if it's the other way around, they receive 100,000 points, which can be exchanged for amenities at the academy. And Hyungbeek is with this restriction limiting his lightning chain ability because it is low rank. But at least he will use his unique ability, and the boss bids farewell, expressing that they won't get hurt since everyone's abilities will be diminished. However, for the protagonist, this is an excuse to filter people. In this way, he decides to move with Kim and look for strategic locations like debuff traps, the healing tank, and the nightmare forest, wanting to find refuge to survive the 3 days. But he didn't count on Kim wanting to unite Daniela to the group, since she seems to be alone and not knowing what to do. And in view of the fact that having 3 members is more convenient, Hyun cannot fight that rational thought. However, he knows he cannot control Daniela, and remembers a major incident he saw in the news in which she endangered many people due to her excessive anger. Preferring not to, alleging they could be betrayed, and that the look Daniela has is not one of trust. Although to Kim's eyes it is the same look the protagonist had when they were children, and without listening to reasons, she runs towards her, arriving immediately to suggest forming a team, since the event is unfair to everyone, being worse for mages, so it is better to be united. Daniela doesn't know what to answer, mainly because her answer must wait to resolve the current problem when 2 figures appear in the air that land, revealing themselves as warriors. These are happy to find 3 rookies, introducing themselves as Shin Jun-san and No Yuzul, the latter being more cautious as she couldn't detect the protagonist with her ability. Hyun knows said ability, knowing that because of it they won't be able to escape, since that ability is capable of finding targets within a 300-meter radius. So if they escape, they will follow them with reinforcements. Shin sees them as something easy, unlike his partner who suggests he be careful. Luckily, Shin ignores this and charges against the protagonist who had forgotten about that type of combat. Shin, annoyed by being dodged, keeps attacking, but he only ends up swinging at the air with every attempt, becoming frustrated until Hyun, already annoyed, stops Shin's sword, approaching to look him in the face and expressing that it's incredible that he got this far with such poor stamina, breaking his sword, threatening to let them go, only if they give him their tags. Shin, humiliated and confused, sees the rookie as an intimidating being, proud and stubborn. He doesn't listen to the protagonist, who loses patience and lands a direct blow to his face, sending him flying along with his partner. This sends the announcement of the first elimination, and also the first rookie victor, to the control center. Hyung being the one. This truly enrages a woman, who tries to verify if there was any error, since they expected it to be Ojian. However, the most intrigued seems to be the chief. Returning to the fight, one is furious. For his part, the protagonist only thinks about finishing her off, along with Kim, to whom he will send a group invitation, although she was a bit distracted seeing the protagonist's strength. But she summons her staff, just like Daniela. Ready to fight, one, for her part, sees how everything gets complicated, being left alone against 3, which is already problematic, and even more so if she has to face the protagonist, whom she recognizes as a monster. So she prepares to use all her speed to go straight for Kim, trying to get rid of her to escape. The protagonist watches her pass calmly when she is in front of his scared friend, as he well knows it was the best strategy she could use when cornered, which would have worked if Kim were a weak person, which is not the case, as she manages to block one's attack, and even tries her binding technique, although one dodges it and throws her knives that do no damage. With this, the protagonist feels confident, but knows Kim cannot manage alone, so he activates his holy light. But Daniela gets ahead, forming a radiant holy sword, which confuses the protagonist as he recognizes it as her unique ability. Called Alpenge of Ulfine, throwing this ability, she can do nothing, being eliminated, believing that in the end she couldn't win because the 3 of them were monsters. And so, the points are divided equally between Kim and Daniela, who asks if she interrupted her, to a nervous Kim who knows that without her she couldn't have one, so Daniela decides to accept her previous offer to team up. With this, the protagonist forms the group, curiously observing Daniela, whose information he must update. Their next location is the Nightmare Forest, where more seniors arrive, noticing fresh footprints, and thinking that the rookies have reached the area's refuge. With the previous 2 eliminations, they plan to watch that area, since with 3 days of competition, they know they won't last that long in a refuge. Suddenly, one of the seniors falls eliminated, courtesy of Kim, who is hidden in the forest, starting to escape with a big smile. Seeing how everything goes according to plan, counting their rivals, proceeding to provoke them, mocking them for working in such large groups. These fall easily into the trap and increase their pursuit, and Kim remembers when after finding the refuge, the protagonist explained to them that while it was a safe place, they couldn't stay there for long, having to get food and points, which Daniela understood as ambushing the seniors. Returning to the present, Kim passes through a field of mushrooms that shoot paralyzing spores, which causes a debuff to those nearby, just following Hyung's plan. However, now their resistance has dropped significantly, so she leaves the rest to the protagonist, and while the knights are about to enter the same field, now the protagonist has a memory, recalling when he went with Hisang to ask him for a solution for the paralyzing mushrooms of the first test. He suggested a cure called ash sap, although it wouldn't serve for prevention. It would be enough for the protagonist. Meanwhile, in the present, the seniors stop upon discovering they are about to enter the paralyzing spores and suggest escaping. However, their leader doesn't seem willing to retreat, especially to take revenge for his fallen comrade, although nothing would help him if they become paralyzed. Even so, the leader assumes that the rookie is also paralyzed, so they leave someone guarding while they enter. The leader runs at full speed, furious at feeling tricked by the rookies, reaching Kim, who seems very happy and calm, provoking them even more with her confidence. This makes the furious seniors rush towards her, who uses her magic to explode a sphere and paralyze them all for 2 hours. At that moment, Kim remembers how she and the protagonist were looking for something in the forest, although she thought there was nothing useful. Daniela commented that the event was more advantageous for warriors than for mages, since the skill restrictions didn't affect those with physical strength as much. With this, Kim complained about having all her useful skills sealed. Luckily, the protagonist's plan was to collect the sap to use basic skills efficiently, asking her if she remembered how to use change. And she confidently replied yes, since she was the one who taught him magic. So with the ash sap, they would make an interesting change. Far from there, Hyung and Daniela prepared for Kim's move, who, with the seniors paralyzed, activates change, bidding them farewell to leave them to the protagonist, who arrives stepping on the leader of the seniors. This one, still humiliated and injured on the ground, assures him that this plan won't work because he left one of his comrades keeping watch. He only has to wait for the paralyzing effect to wear off, which only makes the protagonist laugh, who knows well that that comrade won't appear, and a large explosion confirms the elimination of the boy, courtesy of Daniela. With this announcement, the protagonist backs up his words before the leader of the seniors, who despite this is still confident, thinking that everyone there is paralyzed, or not, as Hyun starts walking towards him, scaring him, not understanding how he can move. The protagonist admits he is right, he shouldn't be able to move, but he manages it thanks to Heel's blessing, affirming that if he has complaints, he should send them to the gods, finishing him off to deal with the others, accumulating so many points that they surprise the control center, placing the protagonist in first place, with his companions tied for second and Ojian in third. For her part, Kim receives the ash sap, desire, with which she seems to be fine without paralysis, although she cannot rest much, needing to move quickly. And before continuing, she stretches a little while talking to her companion about the protagonist's knowledge of magic, when using change in such a strange and unorthodox way. Although Kim knows she has only been learning for 3 months, she believes she is a good teacher. Daniela is surprised to hear about the change of specialty, which also surprised Kim, seeing that she never had interest until she suddenly changed. And what surprises her most is how he knew about the ash sap and how he freed himself from paralysis. Without delving too deep, she continues on her way, quickly meeting him, who is waiting calmly for them, seeing them also very relaxed, with Kim stating that she hasn't done much, other than just running, and one spell, with Daniela affirming that she is also fine. Kim starts teasing the protagonist, thinking that she usually sees him as an idiot, but now he saved the day, which angers him, starting to squeeze his cheeks. For her part, Daniela doesn't see him as stupid, but rather as someone handsome. Watching the friends play, she shakes her head to clear the thoughts from her mind, thinking about being more careful. Later, while accompanying Hyung, they prepare something in a pot, which arouses Daniela's curiosity. The boy tells her it's an energy recovery potion, recalling that he learned it from a friend. It was Hisang, whom he left crying because he ran out of ingredients in his 100 attempts to learn it. Kim mocks him because she doesn't believe he has friends, although he tells her she is in the same situation. Daniela, for her part, is surprised by all the protagonist's experience, seeming to her that he has 10 years of experience. This intuition scares the protagonist, seeing that she deduced even the exact time of his return. Luckily, Kim interrupts them to say that dinner is ready, which puts Hyung on alert, whom he prefers to only eat fruit, reminding him of his friend, an incident with some inedible cookies that almost sent him to the other world, although he also admits to being a bad cook. Luckily, Daniela offers to cook, affirming she is very good because she was raised only with her grandmother, and she got used to cooking, so she begins her preparation, getting all the ingredients ready to make a good broth. Seeing her so concentrated, the protagonist admits knowing almost nothing about her private life, supposing that the girl's childhood with her grandmother might be due to some family problem. Before he thinks further, the food was ready and both taste it, being surprised, especially Kim, who jumps to hug the chef. Hyuma discreetly also congratulates her, cheering her up. Meanwhile, at the control center, everyone is upset to see Hyeon losing against the mages. Believing the system is failing, even the boss thinks this, analyzing the situation. He asks to see the replay of the play with the paralyzing mushrooms, observing the team's audacity to easily finish off trained warriors, doubting if they are mages, and even more doubting if they are rookies, primarily interested in Hyung's profile, which is empty until they bring him the updated version, which he assumes is wrong. Since the protagonist has 97% magical capacity, this arouses his interest, so Gu Han will put his own hand in the event, with an evil smile, while observing Oyeon's screen, returning to Hyung's group, which continues to accumulate many points, securing first place, but needing to leave the refuge. Despite Kim's complaints, because everyone is already afraid to go to the Nightmare Forest, and as Daniela says, if they want more points, they must go out, with Kim accepting and asking how much is left to break the record, which also excites Daniela, who tells her that theoretically, little is left. The protagonist sees them very competitive and decides to continue, until Hyung senses danger approaching, needing to acquire a very strong attack, which takes them by surprise, immediately noticing that this ability far exceeds rank C. With the disabling system, and Kim worries a lot about Hyun, it is then that we see that the attacker is Ojayani, who doesn't seem to listen to the protagonist's words, whom he immediately recognizes as a kind of trance. Daniela also notices this, believing he is possessed. The protagonist deduces that it is residue from Gu Hain, recalling when something similar happened during the Academy Festival, a day that went from being a pleasant memory for the students to a traumatic one in which many lost their lives. All of this was caused by a boy who was a victim of the boss's brainwashing, and thanks to Gu Han's crimes coming to light, he used this last crime to escape, and seeing Oh Yeon in a trance, Hyun remembers the worst. Since that day was also the day Kim sacrificed herself to save him, now also having to save his friend. Bringing him back to his senses, he sees the system clear a new mission, which indicates saving the one under brainwashing. And as a reward, he will have a blank card. Smiling, motivated, he accepts the mission. Kim runs to help him, being stopped by him, preferring that she leave with Daniela, and look for more points in the process, noticing that his friend doesn't have much faith in him, but Daniela seems to, and tells him to leave. She clearly doesn't want to, so frustrated she accepts, running towards Daniela, asking Hyun to return without injuries, taking her hand to leave, saying goodbye to the protagonist, to whom he asks them to catch up with him. Confidently, he assures them it will be easy, and so we go back a little further in time. After Ojian defeated a rival by accumulating more points, falling exhausted looking to rest after 2 heavy days, only thinking that it will end soon, sad because Peso's performance is far from first place. Remembering his rival, Hyung, who despite being of the magic class, with restrictions, has all his companions in the top, recognizing him as a great person, which inspires him to take a second wind, getting up to continue, since there is still time. At that moment, he is interrupted by Gu Hoen, appearing on the screen in front of him, asking him a favor, using his ability, which distorts the system, affecting Ah-hyun's brain, who tries to resist. Confused with his contaminated mind, he falls under control, and already in a trance, he understands what to do. Returning to the present, Oyen attacks the protagonist with large destructive cuts, which are from an A-rank ability. That was the ability, Extreme Polar Attack. Hyun has no option but to dodge. He sees that his rival is much stronger than when he saw him a couple of days ago. With this, he also accepts that he is physically weaker, having to retreat from his blows, managing to get away to activate an ability that makes him so fast that he easily appears behind Oyen, preparing his chains. But his rival uses a cloud of dust with which he cannot see, letting him escape, which shows his rival's battle instincts. Surprised by how the boy reacted before his own eyes, With this, he has no choice but to admit that it won't be as easy as he thought. And although he can determine mind control with his universal derivation, it is not convenient for him to show it in front of the disturbing academy chief. So activating his lightning chain, he decides to give him a show right in the center of control. One of the supervisors has great anxiety seeing a bum battling and winning against a prodigious warrior, confused by this, while his boss is only intrigued. Back to it, after a long battle, Ojian is on his knees exhausted, before a protagonist who thinks he is exaggerating a bit. Luckily, the boy is fine, moving on to the next one and smiling at the screen, using a blinding bomb to prevent the control center from seeing him. With this, the furious boss tries to look for any working camera, but none is seen. Annoyed, he instructs the instructor to end the event immediately and to bring Hume to his office. This confuses the instructor, whom Gu Han clarifies that the protagonist clearly blocked his vision, which is proof that he knows about his ability. In the field lit by light, the protagonist approaches Hojian. The leather is exhausted, so touching his head, he activates the universal derivation, dispelling the brainwashing power. The boy wakes up immediately recognizing the protagonist, who asks him if he is okay. And the boy replies yes, until he moves, writhing in pain. The protagonist apologizes, as he couldn't stop his attack gently, leaving the white-haired boy confused, since he doesn't understand why he would attack him. The protagonist explains that it was due to a mind manipulation ability, which only further confuses Ojiani, who faintly remembers a voice before everything became blurry. Confused, he says that such an ability cannot be lower than rank C, which was forbidden. The protagonist supposes that something happened, or something failed, or someone interfered, alerting the boy, who immediately deduces that there must have been a failure. There is no student who could do it. With these suspicions, he asks Hyung who it was. He smilingly tells him that he really doesn't know, only supposing that it is someone with a lot of power within the academy, remembering how over time everyone will remember what kind of man Gu Han is. Just as the system indicates that the mission has ended, winning another blank card. Happy with this, Hyung walks away while Ojian gets up, seeing that he is worn out. And Hyung has no scratches, recognizing his limit. The protagonist calms seeing him standing, says goodbye, but he stops him to throw something at him. Hyung catches it, discovering it is the name tag of the white-haired boy, due to which he will be eliminated. He knows this, considering he earned enough points, although he knows not as much as the protagonist. Admitting his defeat to him, wishing him luck, promising to beat him at the school festival. Fading away, Hyung thinks that although that victory was not worth points, what he did achieve was that someone with martial arts talent, that he always wanted recognized him, which ended up touching his heart, feeling like a new beginning. Believing he has progressed, setting aside his hopeless view of the past, believing that step by step he will move towards the future. And so, the event ends with the protagonist's team setting a point record and returning to the real world, where everyone is very exhausted, except the protagonist who doesn't seem satisfied with the amount, which annoys Kim, who complains that she isn't happy about the record, although Daniela isn't very happy either, thinking they could have increased the amount. Kim recognizing that they are weirdos, she is calm with those points, since with that amount she will live comfortably. That happiness increases when Hyun converts real money into one, which leaves Kim staring blankly, an amount that not even Daniela fully believes, which according to Hyun increases with the extra points for winning first places, which leaves Kim shining with happiness, approaching Daniela to celebrate. They start gathering all the money they have now, which embarrasses the protagonist, who feels hateful stares behind him. And in the middle of the celebration, Kim Seok appears, telling them they need to talk elsewhere. Daniela asks where they are going. The protagonist guesses where they are going, to the chief director's office. Seok is surprised to see that he guessed, and officially summons him to the director's office. Now with everyone in the director's office, Hyun acts impatient because he doesn't see him, which starts to make the instructor uncomfortable. And the girls, who sit next to the protagonist, who complain about him until Gu Han arrives, who appears apologizing, being politely greeted by both girls, but only receiving a complaint from Hyun, who almost fell asleep waiting for him. This makes everyone in the place, from Daniel to Kim, look at him with pale faces, thinking he is crazy. For his part, the boss maintains a fake smile, staying in character, and apologizes for the delay, since he was preparing, awakening another comment from Hyun, who apologizes for not having satiated. After having spent 4 days on a battlefield, the protagonist's arrogance aims to annoy the director, who knows he won't do anything because he has preferences for the talented ones. This is confirmed when the director proposes a prize in the form of an offer as an apology, congratulating the protagonist for first place, who humbly thanks his team. The boss ignores this and congratulates them on the record. Daniel accepts the congratulations, but the protagonist wants to get to the point, so Gu-han decides to proceed with his offer, offering them luxury suites, priority access to facilities, and repeating tests they fail. As part of the contract, he offers the kids, which precisely leads them to make it official. Hyunai thinks about it and declines the offer, since they can achieve it themselves in a short time, and snatches the contract from the boss's hands to read the clauses, which would tie them to giving 30% of the earnings from their academy incursions and sharing rewards for 5 years after graduation, which sounds more like a scam than an offer. Gyu-hain is cornered, unable to change his opinion, and leaves the decision to them. Kim and Daniela look at each other, worried, but they also end up rejecting it. The furious boss starts releasing an evil aura, asking the protagonist if he is sure about declining, looking him in the eyes with his brainwashing technique. Thanks to Gel's blessing, the protagonist feels nothing and rejects him again, leaving the boss speechless as he saw his ability fail. With this, the protagonist stands up hungry and leaves with his friends to eat something, saying goodbye before leaving Kim Si-wook worried as she watches her boss, who also asks her to leave as the boss stays alone. He shows a smile of frustration and anger upon seeing that a student tolerated his mind control. Meanwhile, outside, the protagonist is worried because his friends rejected the contract. Kim admits it looked good at first, but as he said, they felt the scam. Daniela backs her up. Besides, she prefers to earn her privileges. Hyung learns the girl's sense of righteousness, recognizing that he expected them to reject it too, but the girls also had other motives. Because Kim was scared of the director, and Daniela was annoyed because he didn't mention the subspace error, being very intuitive, since it is noticeable that she suspects him. Although he only supposes this because he sees that Hyung, despite being calm, is hostile towards Gu-han. Supposing that he knows something, Kim hears this and in kawaii mode asks him to tell them what he knows. He decides to tell them something without explaining much, asking them not to trust anyone in the academy. Daniela asks him if that advice includes him. Kim, hiding behind her, confirms that it is better not to trust him since he has the face of a bad guy. And one day, he abandoned her on the street. Hyung complains about leaving that in the past. Now he has to endure his friend's tantrum, who goes straight to pull his hair, and Hyung manages to control her to send her home, so he says goodbye to her. And to Daniela, with whom the atmosphere becomes very shy, but Kim interrupts to prevent romance, and so they are sent to the dormitory, saying goodbye and promising to see them the next day. Later, when Hyung arrives at the dormitory, many terrifying memories of that place immediately invade him. Lying on the bed and thinking that he must get out of there urgently. The next day, Hyung goes out for a run around the academy before returning for his first class, where he is with his friends waiting for their instructor to arrive, who enters introducing herself as Kim Hee-yeon, whom the protagonist still doesn't recognize despite all his future knowledge, supposing she won't last long there, although amidst his friends' applauses of admiration, he understands that to be an instructor in the academy, you have to be very good and endure everything, or be like 15 oaks, and swallow what their crazy boss gives them. And so Hyun prepares his first practical lesson, which will test his sensitivity to mana by opening a huge door that seems to be a mana cube, which terrifies everyone since it's very difficult for the first day, but Hyun sees it differently than the one he faced last time. This is because the instructor indicates that it is a mana hall which improves the mana cubes used by guilds, dividing the hall into different levels, starting with level 1 with less dense mana, which increases as they advance. The normal thing is for level 3 to be the maximum for first-year students, and the seniors reach the 7th level, this being an optimal test to see their mana level. Daniela seems the most interested in knowing how far she can go, and so they enter level 1 without problems, passing to level 2 where some already stop, and then to level 3 without incident for the main group, but many give up. And for level 4, half remain before passing to level 5, where even more stop. a number that doubles. At level 6, where many flee in terror. At level 7, Skinkin complains a little. Daniela also seems affected, but for the protagonist it is calm, which he takes as a challenge to improve. The instructor is the surprised one to see that 4 students remain, being the trio of main characters. And this added character, who were all those who entered the ranking in the hunting test, paying main attention to the protagonist, whom the boss ordered them to monitor and report on. But she doesn't care about that order, and so they move to level 7, surprising everyone who stayed behind. And now to level 8, where the 4 seem to still be halfway fine, although Kim feels like she is running out of air. And so, ready, they walk towards the next level, where clearly 3 of them, except Hyung, seem to have reached their limit. The protagonist begins to notice that his companions are unwell. And when they pass to level 9, he realizes that Daniela is very bad. Hyung still observes them worriedly, even though due to her crazy boss's orders, she cannot offer help unless asked, since he believes that crises help students grow, something meaningless to her. Luckily, Hyung tries to help Daniela, who is just beginning to see everything blurry, thinking about not losing, since she was raised in a world where only the strong survive, representing this as a fox that scared her, and scolded her as a child, believing that no matter how much talent she has for magic, she will be below the warriors, affirming in her mind that there is no future for the weak, while her eyes are basically devoid of life, accepting that she lost again, needing to be carried out on a stretcher from the level. With this, Hyung also passes one more level and says she loses and retires, being followed by the instructor, who tells her that even for her, that level is difficult, but that it's okay for them to go together. As they leave, she glances at him, noticing that he doesn't seem to have any real difficulty. Outside, the protagonist is congratulated for reaching level 10, being watched by a jealous Sojak, and a disappointed in herself Daniela, and the protagonist approaches her, who seems fine. She just had an excessive effort. Kim, for her part, is worried about the protagonist, who tells her he is fine, ready to tease her, suggesting she remove the towel from her neck as she looks like an old woman. Kim is annoyed by the joke. Before, her concern calmed down easily when he asked her the question back, his answer being a very arrogant yes, with too much cheerful attitude. But for Hyun, his concern is Daniela, whom he saw as more than competitive but compulsive. And he is glad she won't get hurt, aware that over time she will become harder to control. Although he himself cannot control her, he knows that just like Yosung, Ojian, and Sae Sang, their lives will change because of his intervention, thinking about helping them, just like Kim, whom he stares at. She, noticing this, shows off for being pretty, with a great shining aura that blinds Daniela. While she still thinks the exercise messed up her brain, Kim enters attack mode because of this, being stopped by Daniela, while the protagonist thinks aloud about the changes he will make in the future. Kim manages to hear this while trying to strangle him with the towel, which the protagonist takes advantage of to grab her, and as if she were a child, he dries her hair, leaving it messy. This makes little Kim burn with rage because of the effort it took her to fix her hair. He hesitates that it took time, and the girl, interpreting that he called her ugly, understands she spoke too much. And she starts running away from Daniela's gaze, who realizes that Hume will have it worse than her, although she is somewhat jealous, seeing that closeness between the two. They run past Soji-yuke, who is still jealous of the protagonist, calling his friend Minso, from whom he asks for information about Hume, while watching him keep running, attacked by Kim. Minso, feeling like his servant, doesn't have much information. The annoyed redhead thinks he is a cheater, something that makes no sense according to his friend, who misses his younger version, when apparently he wasn't an arrogant person, who truly thinks he can only be defeated by tricks. This is funny for Minsu, since without tricks he would also be defeated by the other 2 girls. Recognizing Soyu as an emo, who leaves annoyed. Later, Hyung talks with his teacher in his new and luxurious room, and she congratulates him on his result. He, a little humbly, admits he feared not being first, which leads her to suppose he had competition, so she understands there are other good prospects that the protagonist wants to recruit. Receiving a generous offer of reward in exchange for information, he tries to avoid telling her, but she makes it clear that she will get them by paying them more than him, so he tells her about Daniela, Kim, and Ojian, whom he recommends for the guild, and he also mentions the name of a student who is already there. He sang, although the teacher thinks she knows the name, believing that recruiting him might bring trouble with the boys' father's guild. But with Hyung assuring her it's worth the risk, telling her that he will become the greatest alchemist in the world. With that said, she accepts. Later, with the manager's arrival, Baek Hee-yoon appears, whom they allow to enter. She is a well-dressed blonde, accompanied by Oppa's friend, Ji-eun-ho. Baek seems to be a very busy businesswoman who hadn't seen Jo Seung in a long time. Trying to shake her hand, the teacher doesn't have that familiarity with her, so she asks her to sit down to ask what she wants with her. And with the Healers Guild, Baek remembers they aren't friendly with each other and gets straight to the point, wanting to buy Jo Sung's cute student. This surprised her a little, although always maintaining her usual smile, assuring her that they don't sell their members. Baek thinks he might think otherwise, but Jo Sung calmly knows that money doesn't buy everything. She is aware that this won't convince the blonde, who, with no options, stands up knowing the answer. Only wanting to be polite, it is a battle of egos under the gaze of the managers, while they maintain their refined postures. Once in disagreement, they exchange their last words before parting ways. Now at the academy, the protagonist impatiently awaits the results of the physical aptitude tests. With the data downloading, he sees he ranked second, behind Hoyeon, annoyed at not surpassing the martial arts genius. Trying to calm down, but instead getting more frustrated remembering his father, and how he still hasn't reached the level he seeks. At that moment, Yeon is also there watching him leave with his friends. Passing to the Kim group, she asks him how he did regarding his ranking, since it's not normal for a mage to achieve something like that, except for him since he trained as a warrior, which the girl seems to have forgotten. With this, the protagonist messes up her hair, suggesting she also trained physically, which infuriates her as she tries to hit him, being stopped by Daniela. Kim Si-wook also observes him, surprised that the protagonist had those results, understanding why the boss shows interest in him. Then she decides to start the second test, the Raw Room, which the protagonist recognizes as a test that pushes students to their limit. This is a high-tech chamber that puts them through an evasion test, confusing Kim, to whom he replies that the test will consist solely of facing and dodging virtual reality monsters, although if they defeat the monsters, they will receive more points. The protagonist understands that since raiders fight against monsters, among other things, if they are not capable of fighting, they are not useful. At that moment, Seog gives everyone an earpiece, leaving Kim confused. The protagonist explains that it is a mechanism that supports the virtual reality image, something the instructor is surprised he knows, confirming that it is a receiver for virtual reality waves, altering the cerebral system to make monsters appear real by using drones to project them. This way, they are sure they won't receive anything beyond the 5% damage transmitted by the receivers, which seek a feeling of realism and anxiety, ranging from level 1 to 100, reaching up to 10 in that exercise, according to the instructor, who will form the groups to start, thus forming Group 3, where there are exactly 2 warriors and 2 mages. Among the mages is Hyung, and So Hyuk, who takes the opportunity to interrogate the protagonist about how he managed to get first place in the hunting event. Not politely asking him to show his trick, the protagonist tells him there is no trick. But that doesn't seem enough for So Hyuk, who suggests he will find out by force, to which the protagonist understands he wants to fight, and we notice the warriors, one very quiet, and another more lively one. They watch them fight and must interrupt, as they are immediately called to combat. The 4 wait for the countdown in the Raw Room to end. Their first rivals are skeleton soldiers. With this, the mage with spiky hair decides to stay on the sidelines. Unlike Hyun, who launches into the attack, ignoring the shouts of his teammates, Sejuk has fun seeing that he rushed into the attack without chances, until he notices something. The protagonist confidently thought he fell for a provocation, but now cannot retreat, running at full speed, activating a spell in his hand which begins to glow, and ends up throwing it directly into the skeleton's face, winning against everyone's surprise. But at the same time, the number of skeletons appearing on the battlefield begins to double. He continues battling against them while running, and releasing large amounts of mana with every move, until he thinks of that technique, which he knows as the mana weapon. This increases the physical damage of mages, something that is really useless when used by a common mage. Except for him, astonishing even his own team members, finally clearing level 1. Passing to level 2, a Drog appears, bringing him memories of the Field of the Dead, And so, with time passed, he finishes the 10 levels without failing, setting a new record under the terrified gaze of So-yuk, who cannot believe what he is seeing. Although the protagonist only feels the improvements his body gained from the training his teacher taught him, admitting that when she teaches him, she becomes terrifying. Despite this, the redhead still insists that he explain how he did it, since he cannot believe that a mage could fight in close combat and win unless he cheats. Hyung, unable to explain anything more than what they already saw, suggests that he stop bothering him or he will teach him firsthand. So Hyuk is clearly afraid, but he stands firm. Luckily, the instructor stops them. The protagonist takes advantage of this and leaves, but the spiky-haired boy tells him he will face him at the festival, for which the protagonist already has plans, so he rejects him. Later, Oh Jaeon remembers the protagonist's words against So Hyuk, supposing that his plans involve him because of his challenge in the entrance event, thinking that he sees him as a rival, deciding to train even more so as not to disappoint the protagonist. On the other hand, Kim Si-wook walks with 2 more assistants through the academy, thinking about how talented and shameless Hyung is by throwing himself into battle as a mage, just to report his physical test result to his boss, reporting Hyung's score, which seemed the best to her. Upon hearing this, Gu Han smiles maliciously while watching the monitors, staying well monitored, assigning Zeus to keep an eye on the protagonist's movements. With this, the instructor bows to him to leave with the other instructors, leaving the boss alone with his plans. Jung, for his part, reaches level 27 without failures in the raw room, which is his limit so far, feeling at the level of a Class C raider. However, now he must rest and prepare for the dungeon simulation, which he remembers as one of the worst academy events due to a strategy in which he was directly involved, losing all his team members, remaining as the sole survivor. From that day on, he was blamed, stigmatized, and condemned for having survived, wanting to abandon everything, staying only so as not to disappoint his mother and the people who believed in him. He recalls this while leaving a store, doubting if he will manage to change things, remembering how much guilt he felt in the past, feeling like a disposable being, until he makes up his mind and looks at the sky with no intention of repeating that same life. Later in class, Kim arrives dragging Daniela to go with the protagonist. They remember that dungeon practice is approaching, which makes both of them nervous. Hyun, for his part, is calm, so much so that Kim thinks he has already entered one. The protagonist only admits that he has already dealt with consecutive monsters, including her, earning him some light hits from his friend, in front of Daniela's gaze, who feels jealous seeing them so close. Hyun breaks free from the affectionate attack, after giving them both potions, asking them to use them when needed. Both thank him, although Kim in her own way. He, for his part, is determined to survive, this time based on his effort, and for this, he prepares his body, concentrating mana to warm up before the event, because advanced skills, such as chain lightning or sacrifice, which when used constantly, can cause mana rebounds, which would leave him very injured. He thinks about avoiding all casualties by using the skill, to strengthen himself physically, changing it with his core, and his concentration is interrupted by the system sending him a mission called First Turning Point, which directly tells him that seeing so many events he regrets, he should do things differently, indicating that he will now take another route. This confuses Hyung, who thought that the system only wanted to strengthen him, seeing a very different test now. And this is how the dungeon event arrives with Hee-young as the instructor, who tells them that the groups will be drawn by lot, which, according to the protagonist, can ensure the quick clearing of the dungeon, or suffer in the attempt. The teacher affirms that the results will count towards their grades, reassuring them by stating they will only face minor monsters. Hee-young knows that it's a lie, as she remembers that Gu Han bets the dungeon on high-level monsters, specifically a D-level Kobold Lord, although it will be easy for him. Seeing his companions, he really doesn't want to please the boss, analyzing that the event's priority is for Gu Han to show his first weakness, which he will try to use to finish him off, and the instructor starts the draw. In this, the group of 3 ends up with Daniela, being happy that at least she has someone she knows in her group, and even more, someone whose abilities she knows, although she looks much shyer than usual. Hugh pays little attention to her, thinking about his strategy, noting with astonishment the arrival of 2 warriors. A very lively one, Kim Jina, and another very cheerful one, Park Seon. The protagonist remembers how exactly in his past, they were the ones who saved him, allowing him to escape while they fought against the monster, ending up losing their lives, understanding that the system's message is giving him several routes. Saving lives, staying the same, or doing nothing. Although very nervous, he manages to calm down, taking a deep breath, controlling himself, and greets him. Daniela, for her part, doesn't, hiding behind him, making him her interpreter again. The warriors look at him with some amusement, on being the one who hopes to meet her along the way. Jin is a bit more direct, trying to talk to Daniela, who doesn't seem interested. Hyun really just observes the two cheerful guys, just as he remembered them. That second of happiness ends when he starts the strategy, indirectly saving Daniela from socializing. And with Hyung as leader, his plan begins. This includes a warrior leading, who must not hesitate when attacking. Seong is the first to congratulate the protagonist on the plan, and the others agree with it. They are decided, and just then, they give the order to start, and all the groups move towards their dungeons. From where Hyung sees Group 4, which contains Kim and Ah-hyun. This reassures him because his friend will be safe. With the instructions given, all groups enter the dungeon, with the protagonist leading his. We quickly move to Group 4, which is investigating its dungeon, a mine type, where one of the mages in the group looks scared of encountering kobolds. And according to the other random guy, they can also find rare minerals, which does catch Kim's attention, who hopes to see diamonds. Ah-hyun, for his part, goes to the front, going on alert at the same time as Kim, alerting the others. The purple-haired little mage sees they are surrounded by kobolds, although Ojan doesn't look worried. Since they are low rank, he still prefers that they don't accumulate more. So, determined, they go to eliminate them quickly. Kim is quick to use a light bomb that blinds the enemies, whom Ojan easily finishes off, while the other warrior does what he can, and the mage conjures without looking, a spell that Kim uses to summon her own spell, turning the wind into gusts, with which she finishes off the remaining monsters, eliminating those left. This way Ojian controls the damage. The two girls are in perfect condition, but the warrior Seo falls to his knees without oxygen. Everyone rushes to help him, thinking he is poisoned, and Kim confirms this when gigantic footprints appear in front of them, understanding that he was poisoned. With mana from the being that shocks the entire group, the kobold boss, while Group 3 advances easily in their dungeon. According to Gina, thanks to the protagonist who congratulates her for devastating the monsters. He tries to be humble, but he is really happy to almost finish the dungeon without injuries, except for Daniela, who has only suffered the martyrdom of socializing. Seeing her as too shy, remembering that before his regression he never saw her say more than 2 sentences, just when they reach the center of the dungeon, which is very different from how the protagonist remembered her, and he worries because the boss has caused a variation. Thinking it is time to face his monstrous past, alerting that team, switching from defense, and seeking counterattack against what he admits is a too strong enemy, which confuses Xian since they were only supposed to fight low-rank creatures, contradicting him. But the kobold boss appears, terrifying everyone, with Daniela remembering the plan. But Xian hesitates at the attack, trying to recover, and Daniela protects them with mana armor. Then the knight manages to use Provoke to draw the attack's attention, allowing Hyung to have a clear path, reinforcing his body with magic to attack the kobold boss with everything. They are amazed, thinking it was all over, until their expressions change. When, just like the protagonist, they watch the boss regenerating. Hyung smiles, seeing that he didn't expect that variable. At that moment, a new mission unlocks, which indicates that the real enemy is the Dodden Ravens. With the mission, Raven Hunt, needing to hunt 5 of them to win a blank card. But if they fail, it will be their end. For his part outside, Hyung is calmly waiting while watching some images of the protagonist, wondering how he can be so good, doing things that, as an A-rank mage, she couldn't do, thinking that it is a matter of time before he surpasses her in the test, receiving the exit of the first group. Seeing Kim arrive very agitated, running towards her, telling her that there was a big problem. Seeing the rest of the group exit injured, being carried by Ojeon. Hyono agitatedly asks them what happened. The answer is that they were attacked by a kobold lord, leaving her perplexed. After some time, reinforcements arrive, and the injured boy is treated, but Kim is only worried about Group 3. Oh Jian joins the concerns, making the instructor thoughtful as she observes the dungeon door. She contacts Gu Han to ask him to send the emergency team. Very calmly, he affirms that he will send it. But his attitude and calmness strongly terrify Jai Jian. For his part, a large explosion and flashes mark the return from the dungeon, where Daniela and Gina are very injured on the ground. It seems that Xian cannot continue the fight, and Hyung is surprised to see that his rival is not just a brainless beast, but that he is being manipulated by an Odin raven. Remembering the mythology where Odin used 2 ravens to maintain all the knowledge of Asgard, which are Hyujin, representing emotion or thoughts, and Munin, representing memories, exchanging glances with the monster, while the real perpetrator is the raven. Hyung recognizes the power of the B-rank creature with regeneration, enough to accept that she cannot defeat it. So she thinks about fleeing. But after rescuing Daniela with a mana shield, she understands that fleeing is what she did in the past. Filling up with regret, not wanting to feel that again, no matter what it means. Falling for the provocation and deciding to keep fighting. So he sends everyone outside the dungeon while he takes care of it. Seong doesn't want to leave him alone, not noticing that he was about to be attacked by one of the lesser kobolds, which the protagonist stops, affirming that he cannot fight and protect them at the same time. Just when the boss takes the opportunity to attack, the defenseless one is saved at the last moment by Daniela, who, with a resigned look, plans to stay and help him, seeing that he won't change his decision. Hyun accepts and sends the other 2 outside to bring the instructor, even though they don't want to do it initially. They end up giving in, promising to return with help. With this, the duo prepares to fight, with Danila covering the protagonist, summoning her divine sword, while he heads straight for the boss, who repels him. But in this attack, he notices how the creature's body is beginning to disintegrate. The protagonist identifies this as an excessive mana caused by the Dodden Raven, which is overloading the kobold from the shadows. So he activates Mistletoe for the first time, with which he increases his field of vision and activates mana detection. Surprised by the power of the kobolds, he notices the threads leading to his true target, who smiles upon seeing him. Faced with this, determined, he materializes his chain to destroy it. Some time ago, it seems Hyujin is the one informing Odin and the gods in Asgard that he found Mistletoe, that it was stolen from the warehouse, supposing it was Meinir. Odin asks him where it is, and Hyujin affirms that he has it in Midgard, the prophesied enemy. Although Thor doesn't seem to take this seriously, the others do, since because of that weapon they lost Valder, which is why Odin sends a raven to confirm if the adversary has made contact with the remaining Aesir, to which Aogwin accepts his mission. Returning to the present, meanwhile, instructor Kim Seuk informs the boss of the details, expressing that they still haven't discovered anything. He is happy, while gloating that he will soon have the protagonist under his control, following the commandments of Odin and those of Aesir. In the dungeon, we return to the protagonist, strongly battering the kobold boss, who despite the wounds keeps attacking, destroying the lightning chains, causing the protagonist to only be able to retreat, arriving next to Daniela, whom he asks to cover him. However, the girl seems to be reaching her limit. He understands her, as they will soon feel the mana rebound, understanding that even if he manages to defeat the creature, she will surely die due to the excess magic, leaving him even more confused as to why she still helps him, remembering how after fleeing, he decided never to trust anyone again, since the world was cruel and cruel to the weak, yet now he chooses to trust her, determinedly telling her to finish this while watching the threads controlling the creature with the protagonist throwing as many chains as you can, while the creature responds to his attack. He has nothing left but to trust Daniela, who, giving her maximum effort, activates the mana shield to defend Hyung from any attack. And again, with the protagonist charging his chains, he remembers a phrase from his friend Myung. There is nothing more miserable than dying because you didn't trust your companions. Remembering his friend, jumping with everything, with only one thing in mind, to prove that his friend was not mistaken, striking with everything he has, with a determined look before Daniela, who is surprised by the boy's mana control skills, seeing him go head-on against the creature, to assault it at the last second under its gaze, which cannot reach him until the threads twist its arm to make it reach his back, and attack the protagonist. Daniela sees that Hyun cannot dodge it, but he smiles confidently upon seeing the blow deflect, while drawing his sword, remembering his fencing training, ready to deliver a cut with all his might. So much so that he ends up shattering his sword against the still intact kobold. But his objective had been achieved, managing to cut the threads of the Dodden raven, and the boss falls defeated behind him, walking towards a helpless giant raven, whom he longed to see the face of, stomping on it, asking what Odin's objective is. It doesn't answer, so he increases the pain, asking about the relationship between Gyuha and Odin, but noticing it has no will, thinks it's a waste of time. And he ends up eliminating it, just when Daniela reaches him, and remembers that they must still guard against the mana rebound, of which they are victims at the same time. She is about to faint, and so is he. But his pure mana ends up saving him, thanks to the level up and the mana increase, besides winning his blank card. However, Daniela is about to leave the world. Luckily, a short time later she wakes up next to the protagonist, who had fallen asleep. The girl checks her stats as soon as she wakes up, being at 100% health. Despite the mana rebound, she hesitantly watches Hyun get up, not understanding why she wasn't dead. He confesses to her that they must talk to coordinate stories. Outside, Kim is furious seeing that only the warriors came out, demanding answers from them. Yeon tries to stop her, but Kim doesn't plan to. Luckily, Yeon notices the door opening, running to stop Kim to tell her that her friends have already returned, and the duo of mages exits as if nothing happened, with Hyun being too calm seeing the fight. Yeon also looks surprised, as according to the infection group, it was impossible for them to survive a rank B monster. Kim only starts breaking down crying, jumping towards them, happy to see them alive after no one thought they would be. Daniela smiles, but to Hyun she feels very smothered, wanting him to let go, and while being squeezed, she notices a remorseful Sion and Hina, who expect to be judged as scum, when the protagonist simply thanks them for trusting them, asking the others not to blame them. Hina cries if she still restrains herself. Kim still doesn't forgive them for leaving them, having to be calmed by Hyun, who accepts that he himself would do it, remembering when he really did, expressing that not everyone is brave, thinking that it's not worth getting upset like this for him, to which she reacts that she was only worried about Daniela, whom she hugs tightly. Angry with the protagonist, and the atmosphere calms down under the instructor's gaze. Hyun, for his part, remembers the conversation with Daniela, when he confessed that he did something to her, so very nervously she asks him why he wants to hide that ability. She confesses that Woo Haiyang was the one who put the kobold boss in the dungeon, risking the students, seeing him as an evil being different from what he shows in public, who is not afraid that they will leave this world. All the students she considers useless, she understands it is because of him hiding his identity. But her gaze is still one of worry, remembering when after they were in the principal's office, he advised them not to trust anyone, deducing that he knows much more than what he admits, and it also seems that he knows what is going to happen, so she demands an answer. The protagonist, surprised by the reaction, recognizes that if he tells her more things, she will be in danger, thinking that he might try to play with her mind, but he reassesses, thinking that he cannot do it since it would not be right. Clenching his fists, he has no choice but not to answer any of her questions for her own good, and asking her to leave it like this for the moment. Without knowing the end of the conversation, we return outside where Hyun is calm until Hyun arrives to apologize, deeply for not being able to rescue them, but happy that he came out alive. Sarcastically, he tells her not to worry since she didn't know what would happen, walking away on the path. He is stopped by Daniela, who insists that he explain. With a smile, he asks her to keep her promise, and he leaves her very upset, and the protagonist thinks about his first main mission, the turning point, wanting to take Route B to change his past, receiving the Golden Apple of Eden as a reward. Meanwhile, in the boss's office, he shows disappointment in his subordinate, clearly expressing that he will only tolerate it this time. Furious about his failure, Zug apologizes insistently, sweating cold, and receives the order to tame Hyun in the next event before his patience runs out. Then time passes, and the protagonist is in his room thinking about the expression with which he left Daniela, remembering that before his regression, his friend Kim died and Oh Jeon remained stagnant with all his potential, feeling that he must interfere in their futures, but he decides to decline for Daniela, thinking that she will do very well in a future without him. And he reflects on the need to be much more careful about how he relates to her so as not to affect her future. And he decides to forget everything, looking for something on television, and while watching the news, he thinks about investigating the relationship between the boss and the Aesir, reflecting on Odin, the kobold, the raven, and the director, realizing that there will be more dangers in the future, and that he must become stronger to face them. At least something on television catches his attention. An old man talking about a new type of dungeon that is not overcome by defeating the boss, but by following a series of requirements without which they cannot leave until completion. These are called thematic dungeons, which the protagonist remembers in his future. The explanation given by the old man is that they are dungeons where writers must adopt a role and fulfill the story. These dungeons are not very enjoyed, except for the hidden pieces, which can be a variant of treasures, objects that attract God's attention, which convince any writer to face them. Regardless of the difficulty, the protagonist sees this as an opportunity to get what he seeks. For her part, in the girls' dormitory, Daniela drinks while apologizing to Kim for worrying her. She, cheerful as always, tells her that she only cares that both of them are okay, looking very tired from crying. Although her concern is that Hyung might have been mean to Daniela since she knows his personality. Daniela puts on her worried face again, which upsets Kim, making her think he was mean to her. Daniela tries to calm her down by telling her that she just sees how the protagonist trusts Kim a lot, and that she wishes he would trust her more too. Thinking it's because she is still weak, seeing this, Kim slams the table hard, surprising her, only to then cheerfully ask her to forget about Hyun and go eat somewhere. Daniela hesitates, to which Kim takes her by the hand and assures her that she will make her feel better. And the girl, still hesitating, ends up giving in with a smile. For his part, Hyun continues with his own business, now looking at the Golden Dungeon of Eden, which has natural aging delay effects, and it increases regeneration, stamina, and mana, and it is a consumable item that cannot be given to anyone else. The protagonist notices this, seeing that it could be worth millions, but since he cannot transfer it, he observes it. Remembering that soon a thematic dungeon will open in the park, called Talfi's Thunder Steps, where he can get the shoes that increase speed according to his memories. These are used by Thor's servants. With this item, he will seek to balance his dexterity and mana, but first, he decides to bite the apple, which leaves him surprised, as it tastes exactly like any other apple, quite disappointed, until it takes effect, and this does not disappoint him, feeling lighter and with more energy. Making a call, in this way he arrives at a nice amusement park, where he feels uncomfortable nostalgia upon arriving at the entrance. He hands over his Lotus Guild card and alerts that a thematic dungeon is about to appear. For her part, at the academy, Hee-jeon looks for Hyung until at the academy reception. They inform her that he left with a day pass. She is surprised that he recovered so quickly, understanding his abilities, and seeing him as adaptable or brave, so resignedly she instructs the receptionist to tell him to look for her when he returns. Then she walks through the academy buildings until finding a solitary place where she uses an earphone to communicate with a subject called Boss Song Hee-seok. He is interested in her investigation, receiving information about the dungeon incident and its direct relationship with the academy boss, which terrifies the subject who is surrounded by monitors and computers. However, the order for the girl is to continue investigating both the boss and his main subordinate. And before saying goodbye, Hee-yeon shares other information with him, supposing that Hyun has more details than they assume. Meanwhile, Hyung is in the middle of the amusement park, listening to everyone else being evacuated, thanks to the useful name of the Lotus Guild. Remembering when he asked Jo Sung for permission, who allowed him to use it as long as he took care of himself. Because as his teacher, she doesn't want to see him hurt, and she doesn't know what might happen in a dungeon. And now he has decided. He watches the thematic dungeon, the ruined country, emerge, where he must complete 3 consecutive missions to receive a special item, with 23 minutes to complete it, just as he remembers before his regression, when a 16-year-old writer named Seo Ha-hyun, using her quick thinking skills, not only claimed to discover the exact location where the dungeon would appear, but also assured she would clear it easily, being a self-proclaimed genius, which drew the attention of many due to her great brain, but also for her great arrogance, which ended up awakening envy and costing her her life in a fight. With this, the Thunder Steps, which she won there, passed to someone else's feet, watching the lightning emerge from the sky to transport him to the dungeon, supposing that if he took the magical item earlier, he would also prevent that bad fate for the girl. Arriving at his first mission of the victory, in which he must enter in the middle of a Viking raid. Hyun accepts just in time, being transported through portals to the first part, with the system ordering him to chain the story as if it were Assassin's Creed, synchronizing with his character, who was the only survivor of a Viking invasion. His name is Hafi, and according to his story, he was sent by Thor, who coveted his fast feet. So he took his sister Roxba hostage to force him to be his servant. The protagonist's role will then be to recover his sister, his reward being an active skill called Guiding Shout. The only conditions for defeat are if the siblings go to heaven, which will cause a permanent game over, thus appearing in the middle of a great massacre in a burning town, where the sole survivor of that town was at that moment the fastest human in the 9 worlds, who held a great grudge against the Vikings and the Aesir, whom the Vikings worshipped, something far removed from the stories of Norse myths his mother told him as a child. When he suddenly wakes up confused on a ship, next to a large crew fighting, and is woken up by Frederick, who is leading the mission to rescue Roxba. Currently, he is worried about his friend Halfie, the character representing Hyun, who, entering the role, affirms he is ready, when they are interrupted by an attack from an enemy ship, along with its invading crew. The protagonist will take care of this first, so he goes at full speed, jumping between enemy lines, landing on the mast in front of his enemies, who mock him for having jumped towards them. But he doesn't even pay attention to them, more focused on a tied-up girl whom he recognizes to his bad luck as Ha Hyun, who represents his sister Roxba, and now he has to deal with the conceited genius and future great raider, or that's how she describes herself, going back a bit to the past, seeing how she tries to avoid entering a haunted house with her friends. Her intention since the beginning is to leave the place before a dungeon opened that had an absolutely minuscule potential to appear. And worse, that it was thematic, being a coward who wants to escape the place. Unfortunately, the event is in progress, leaving nothing else to do but wait for the assault group. Just when she meets the protagonist, who watches from afar, determined to follow him, and that's how she ended up captured in front of the protagonist, who thinks that even though they announced it everywhere, the park, the most problematic person of all, ended up there, but he didn't ignore his enemies who were aiming arrows at her, which Hyun easily dodged too, then jump over them and exterminate them brutally, while complaining about always being surrounded by freaks, later having to deal with a bald guy. Although he also thinks he could get some use out of the annoying genius, so he asks everyone else to attack him together to save time. After the chaos on the ship, with all enemies defeated, he approaches the woman, whom he asks to stop pretending to be asleep, and continue with her role as Roxba. Having no choice, she does so, smiling and recognizing him as the character Hafi, to which Hyun nods with a big smile, only to then hit her side, almost destroying the beam where she was tied, just to make it clear to her not to have any weird ideas about him, which easily convinces her. Now, with the first mission completed, the two return to the amusement park, where they talk at a table, with Hyun observing the girl, who for her part begins to analyze with her ability, her warrior fighting style, being of magical class, and her none too pleasant personality, classifying him as strange. The protagonist directly asks her what her ability is. Hyun doesn't waste time and tells her she was a swordswoman, a lie she thinks will work since there are few with special abilities like hers. So internally, she only thinks about taking advantage of the protagonist and getting rid of him. He really knows she is lying, so he asks for the truth. The girl continues playing dumb with her fencing version until she freezes when Hyung reveals that he knows about her thought acceleration, explaining that it basically works by slowing down time by speeding up thoughts, which can make her a good leader. But it also serves in combat to get ahead of her opponent. She, not understanding how he knows, is terrified, which increases when the protagonist leaves her alone, expressing that he doesn't like liars, who only plan to use him, causing the girl to follow him, begging him not to leave her alone, as she thinks she will die. He accepts but asks her for collateral, to which she agrees. The protagonist suggests with a smile that it be a contract, being an exemption from brainwashing written in the system, and once signed, it binds with invisible chains the person who signs it with a permanent effect. A good deal for the protagonist since he won't have to play with her mind, although for the girl she thinks that it is unfair. The protagonist suggests she terminate the contract then, and he will leave her alone, which makes her become very subservient and submissive. Meanwhile, in Hell's temple, while she pets her hellhound, she hears a voice telling her that those of the saying are full of anger, assuming it is because the adversary is working hard. Although this being cannot leave, where is it? He asks Hell to be his eyes until everything is ready. After that, both walk through the park aimlessly until Heehyun asks the protagonist where they are going. He tells her they will check the haunted house, where she clearly doesn't want to go, enduring the protagonist's teasing, who teases her more because she tries to deny it, until she ends up pouting. Among them, they realize they have arrived at the house. The girl, terrified, looks at the place, takes a deep breath to gather courage, and enters her second great mission, the haunted house, being transported to the facade of a terrifying mansion with the girl holding a video camera. Thus, they receive their mission, which consists of escaping the mansion without breaking the rules. The roles for this mission are for her as a camerawoman and for Hyung as a horror streamer. Upon discovering this, a large shadow covers them, revealing the presence of a giant man, and terrifying behind them, who is surprised to have guests again after a long time, greeting them in a grim way, leaving both terrified, although the girl shows much more fear. Hearing the giant man who calls himself Alfred, butler of Countess Flandier's house, who received them by order of the Countess, and thus he receives the orders for the second mission. Discover the truth of that terrifying and grim mansion, failing if they do not escape within the time limit, or if they do not discover the truth. The penalty is eternal game over. Thus they follow the butler around the place, until he opens the mansion doors before the two boys, with Ahyun stuck to the protagonist's back, trembling with every move, and the butler following behind, who tells them he is there to treat them as best as possible, suggesting they rest. Both curious boys check the place. The protagonist finds a strange vase and approaches to look at it. For her part, the easily frightened girl loses her fear, admiring a painting of a girl and a dog, whom Alfred recognizes as the owner and the puppy, surprising the boys when they see her so young, supposing that he really liked her childhood. The butler increases his terrifying aura and confesses that the Countess has many good memories, scaring the boys, but he returns to normal to continue, although Hyun doesn't stop crying from fear. For his part, Hyun is very attentive, as he now has no help from the system and must discover everything on his own. In addition, he sees his companion crying from fear and asks her if she is scared. She denies it again, affirming that she just needs to get used to it, walking like that until she stops on the butler's orders, who indicates that they have arrived, taking them to a large dining room with a banquet that, according to him, the Countess has prepared for them, assuring them he will return when they finish, saying goodbye in a terrifying manner, ordering them to eat, and thus leaving. Although Hyung doubts if eating is a good idea, the protagonist suggests it's better to investigate the rest of the house. She first wants to see what information she can extract from there. Activating her thought acceleration ability, with her neurons like a machine, she begins to observe the place closely, quickly discovering something about the mansion, which surprises Hyung seeing that it was so fast. The girl tells him that she discovered the Countess is a child, like the one in the photo, since the dining chair is much higher for the owner than for the guests. The vestibule, too. There were only small pieces of furniture, with only the lowest drawers for her use. The protagonist understands and validates her observation, but decides to move to another place. She is more focused on wanting to take the camera, since it looks very expensive, until she sees that Hyung is really worried, stopping all the jokes. She tells him they are trapped, terrifying the girl again, thinking they will be there forever. The protagonist reminds her that they are in a dungeon, so there must be an exit, which is why they must look for it. Although the protagonist does not feel very welcome in the house, and notices that he could not break down the door, despite his strength, which confuses him, since his easily frightened companion passed that dungeon alone in the past, understanding that there is no need to use force to overcome challenges. Just then, Ahyun seems to discover something terrifying with her camera. The protagonist thinks it's an exaggeration until he goes to see, and through its lens, he sees the horrible scene of butler, Alfred, in pieces in the middle of the banquet table. Both terrified, they understand that the butler who brought them there is an imposter, and this is just the beginning of the mystery. With the life camera showing something they cannot see with their eyes, Ahyum feels more confident since she is the observer camerawoman, arrogantly demonstrating her intelligence. The protagonist notices that when the girl thinks, her mind loses fear, supposing this is how she passed the dungeon the first time. So they use the camera to observe the place, looking for answers, doubting if they are seeing the past or the present, trying to solve the mansion's mystery, and seeing the dualities between the two times. They understand that the lens shows them the past, making the dishes in the place look unappetizing. For her, it turns her stomach. The protagonist throws the camera to her, so she concentrates on looking for clues. Meanwhile, he remembers Alfred lifeless, feeling that all that time there was a bit of mana in that place. Supposing it's a magical illusion, touching the table, trying to activate the universal derivation. But he fails, being watched by the big eyes of a black cat. Hume, unable to use his technique, sees Hume still curiously looking around the place. She tells him that as the camera only shows one difference with the place, and it is Alfred instead of the banquet, she supposes they can also find the key there. The protagonist smiles upon seeing that it is a good idea, finding the solution using his mana detection, looking with great interest at the dessert, not out of hunger, but because this object is tied to magic. If he wants to destroy it, he must destroy the object. Being almost sure that it is in the pudding, he lets the girl know, who, according to what she remembers in her camera vision, exactly there is Alfred's head, so terrified she doesn't want to do it until the protagonist mocks her, and ends up sticking his hand in, being surprised when he pulls out the key and the second part of the mission. The seal of the illusion was finished. All this happens while they are watched by Alfred, through a crystal ball, surprised that the guests did not like the food, entering a strange state, affirming that he will never disappoint the Countess, while laughing maniacally. For their part, the kids continue their way, guided by the camera through the hallways, where they see toys and red stains. They suppose that after dinner, they must go to the room, precisely where the trail of blood leads them. Arriving in front of the place, with the protagonist determined to enter, which reactivates Ahyum's fear. The protagonist expresses that there is no other way if they want to get out of there, so he leaves her outside so she can investigate further and watch while he enters, walking through the dark room, feeling a presence near him, until it appears in the form of a very small ghost. That has its mouth sewn and a cut opening its cheek, showing its teeth. The latter points at him, or rather behind him, where he doesn't notice that Alfred is behind him. Later he wakes up in a cell, feeling a dark presence, although only Hyung is there. Worried about him, he only remembers that the girl is a headache, and that he was surprised by the butler. For her part, she informs Lobby that they are in an old torture cell that disturbs her. Faced with this, Hyun, without thinking, strengthens his fist to break through the net, surprising the girl. She complains too much, making the protagonist annoyed, as they could be discovered. Faced with her complaints, they think of leaving her, until a cute puppy jumps towards him, with the key around its neck. Ah Hyun immediately, very seriously, tells him to put it down because she doesn't trust it. For Hyun, it's just a cute puppy, not even being surprised that it easily got the key, and the fact that Hyun clearly doesn't like it. Just then, they are interrupted by the system, which indicates that their next mission is to read the Countess's diary in her room. If they complete that mission, the skill restrictions will be removed. This is how they continue their way, with the puppy in his arms, reaching the third floor, where they don't find much, and without the camera they must search the old way, until Hyung looks terrified, which Hyung notices, getting nervous but not scared. Upon seeing the ghostly figure of the little Countess, whom the protagonist tries to talk to, addressing Hume, and Sari tries to stop him by taking him by the shoulder, but the protagonist violently pushes her hand away, and he asks the ghost if she wants to help them. She says yes, so he asks her to point out which is the Flandier room. The ghost points it out, cheering Hume, who promises to leave her in peace, continuing on their way with the puppy jumping on her back and the girl glancing sideways, distrustful of the ghost, while meanwhile, outside, the Lotus manager accepts the responsibility for what is happening in the dungeon, and asks an officer not to speak of Hyun as a favor to Josung. The officer is surprised by so much trouble over a student, and although he doesn't know why there is so much effort, he accepts, warning him that he will pass without fail. But for the manager, he is not one to fail. Back at the mansion, Hyun sees the protagonist, surprised, raged through the living armors, as it was the shortest route to their destination. entering the room, which they describe as disturbing, and this is how she asks to check the desk. For the protagonist, this is very basic. He takes charge while she checks other places, and right there on the desk, Hyun and the puppy find the diary written by the Countess, which holds the secret of the mansion. In the diary, the Countess writes about an incurable illness that doesn't allow her to see the outside world. Then she recounts how her parents were going to buy her a doll because they loved her very much. However, her parents died because of some thieves, blaming herself because they were coming from buying her doll, and crying at the funeral. She discovers she inherited everything, but now lives absolutely alone. But everything changes when she writes about finding a girl her age stealing flowers in the garden, who just happened to look like her doll. So she asks her to live with her, calling her Sally, since she had no other name, with whom she enjoys playing every day. The story changes again in the next note, where the Countess describes that Alfred rushed out of the house without explaining where he was going. According to Sally, until some time later he returned. In his sinister form, the Countess describes being watched by Sally. In the next entry, the little girl describes the heartbreaking and painful screams of her maid and cook. In her next entry, she writes that Alfred and Sally are banging on the door to enter and eliminate her, describing the fear and the horror she feels until the demons enter. With this ending, Hyung understands that all this was done by a doppelganger, completing the mission at the same time that Hyung transforms into a long-necked monster who also controls several false Alfreds, with whom he and the puppy must complete the last part of the mission: escape. The creature continues deforming until it attacks Hyung, who dodges it along with the puppy, protecting it, taking a good distance from the creature, admitting that he was getting tired of her irritating girl act, preferring his true form as a doppelganger, who congratulates him for solving it, although for the protagonist it wasn't a big deal, since his rival was a fool, which infuriates the creature. It takes a liquid form to attack as if it were blood, moving throughout the house while the protagonist dodges as best he can, carrying the puppy, activating the chain of lightning, launching himself directly at the monster, leaving it riddled with holes, and then trying to make it explode, leaving the poor puppy dizzy. For her part, Hume recognizes the monster as a Class B type, which has not yet been exterminated, seeing it as stronger than him. This monster promises to swallow him. The protagonist is unfazed and waits for it. The being approaches, asking for his body, attacking with bloody spears that never reach Hume, who smiles upon seeing how his chains have trapped the doppelganger, whom he asks if he enjoys playing with people's emotions, and then makes him explode, leaving the being agonizing. It gives its last words, admitting that it truly envies humans while remembering its time with the Countess, and says it wanted to be human just before being finished off, ending everything. Hyung tells Hyung that his puppy act isn't convincing, receiving annoying barks. Now with the key the puppy brought, he can leave, although first he turns toward the ghost Countess, seeing her as the happy and cheerful girl she was in life, saying goodbye to the curse and the protagonist with a smile. The mission ends, sending them back to the park, where Ah Hyun is still annoyed, devouring a sweet, while Hyun checks his rewards, which are 2 skills: combat shout and illusion, the latter potentially useful in battle. The girl, for her part, is annoyed because he didn't tell her earlier that he knew she was the puppy, which made her worry. Although for him the important thing is to stay alive and go to the final challenge. She prefers to rest despite not having done much and claims to have mental fatigue, which Hyun very sympathetically understands. With a big smile, using subordination to order her to walk so that her fatigue is cured, thus arriving against her will. And so the two are at the entrance of the last trial, with the girl exhausted and Hyun cautious. And shortly after entering, a host among a crowd welcomes them to Neverland. He approaches to congratulate them, but the protagonist doesn't want to waste more time and asks for the final trial. The masked man tells them it is an escape game, like hide-and-seek according to the girl. But in this case, they must escape from the monsters that come out of the portal, which the protagonist finds very easy, asking what the trap was. The surprised masked man confesses that the monsters will be chosen according to the challenger's ability and strength. Hyungbi, it will be a bit complicated to protect the girl while fighting. The host interrupts them, as they must analyze everyone to determine the difficulty of the trial. And after analyzing the adversaries, the trial becomes rank S, leaving the boys in shock, since even the masked man is surprised by such a high rank and wishes them luck. With this, a hell of flames is unleashed from the portal, activating the last mission. Festival, having to escape or defeat the giant suitor, who begins to emerge from the portal. The system indicates there is a hidden mission if they manage to eliminate the fire monster. Although the most important thing is that the protagonist notices that the mission has 3 players and tries to appeal for an error, being ignored, seeing how Suitor, the guardian of Muspelheim, the land of the fire giants, born before the first giant Mimir, with the sole purpose of burning the world, is there with his flaming sword, expressing that he can set the entire world on fire quickly, now completely materializing in front of him. Terrifying him, they start running, taking Hyung's hand, who terrified asks him about the plan. He has no idea other than running, while the little black cat with Hell's eyes talks about a ball of light, thinking it was his fault, the rank of the trial, as they considered him the 3rd member. But Hell asks him to wait, to see how the protagonist solves it, and they watch as Suitor attacks the boys, who barely manage to dodge. Hyung admits that without being able to attack, all they can do is flee. Hyung only sees escaping that carousel as the goal. The plot, noticing this, increases speed, thinking about reaching the goal and surviving, even if he has to drag the girl along. His furious tour for being there continues attacking, so now Hyung must reconsider and tells her to run at full speed to the carousel while distracting him unless she wants to switch with him. She clearly rejects him and runs out. Now he is alone in front of the gigantic creature, which throws a gigantic blaze at him. The protagonist dodges it, reaching a clock tower and mocking Suitor to provoke him. Dodging his attack again with all attention on him, Ah-hyun runs at full speed towards the carousel, feeling the exit very close, until a gigantic blaze destroys the goal, confusing the duo, receiving the notification that there is no way out, leaving only victory conditions, defeating Suitor, which makes the fire giant mock them. The protagonist, disappointed at having no more options, decides to exterminate him, activating his eye with which he easily stops an attack from Suitor with his universal derivation. This makes the giant happy that someone can withstand his blows, launching bursts of fire at him, which the protagonist dodges and stops. Ah-hyun, observing this, sees few chances of victory, determined to use her power to look for a plan, and she approaches the protagonist, who is enduring the monster's blows, until she proposes a plan to him. This is how the two flee from his onslaught, who gets even more upset, chasing them and trying to incinerate him. They, for their part, dodge the attacks with Ah-hyun's power, managing to predict the blows, remembering their plan, which involves a water tank outside the park. With this, they plan to extinguish the giant's flames to deliver a good critical hit. The protagonist dodges the blows under the girl's orders, reaching a point where he decides not to move anymore, which the beast interprets as surrender, believing he accepts his weakness. The protagonist watches him smiling and mocks him, seeing him as weak for continuing to serve the Aesir, despite how they have treated him. Suitor ignites his anger, attacking directly with his sword, piercing 2 water tanks, hidden with illusion, thus receiving a powerful blast of water all over his body, extinguishing him, and leaving him defenseless against the attack of the protagonist, who pierces the giant's heart with his sword. Agonizing, he recognizes that it was a very dirty trick, although what matters to the protagonist is victory. Suitor warns him not to be arrogant, touching his chest and granting him a flame with which he assures him that everything will be different when he has his real body, completing the mission and ending the combat, taking Suitor's eternal flame before Ah-hyun's gaze, who sees the place in flames, surprised that everything has finally ended. For her part, the kitten watches calmly, happy not to have intervened, recognizing Ah-hyun as someone interesting upon seeing how she tries to become stronger and stronger. And she asks her mistress Hel if she agrees, and she maintains that she still has a long way to go. But the kitten knows well that she is very interested in the boy, although both agree that the adversary cannot yet be revealed before saying it, since he is still far from defeating Odin. Returning to human form, the protagonist checks his rewards, among them Talfi's thunder steps, which allow him to move at the speed of light, increasing his strength, agility, and the light steps ability, which, when used, can generate explosive speed, increasing his agility for 5 minutes. And it is possible to use it on others. While admiring the item, he notices Hyung, very nervous, thinking she wants to hide something right before his eyes. Not believing she is that foolish, he resolves his doubts using subordination and the girl reveals the truth, telling him that she acquired an item called Roxba's Seal, which increases strength and the valor ability, which helps her resist fear states and would increase her strength and agility. The girl complains about being tied to him, while the protagonist thinks he doesn't really need that item, so he won't ask for it. Besides, his quick thinking would be more useful, and he can contact her whenever he wants. Although now they see the host, who asks if he was satisfied with the reward. The protagonist tells him he suffered, but thanks him anyway. He sees the masked man approach his ear, wishing him a safe journey, recognizing him as the adversary, making Hyung want more information, but he gets nothing, as the masked man disappears before his eyes. Later, outside the crumbling dungeon, the protagonist and his companion emerge, whom everyone waits to see and interview, giving them an awkward welcome. The officer whom the manager spoke with earlier asks them to be the first to be interviewed. But before anyone can think of anything, Hyung disappears, leaving even Hyung confused, who is now the center of attention for everyone. Under the gaze of the officer and Park Hyung from the demon incident, they see a future killer in him, thinking he used stealth, a warrior technique. However, the bearded man knows he couldn't have used it, as he is a mage, unless he is a battle mage. Meanwhile, Jo Seung thanks for keeping everything secret, surprised by his student's ability to escape easily, becoming more curious about his story, aware that he won't tell her. Hyun, for his part, sees on television that he got away without even a mention, thinking it's thanks to the Lotus Guild, believing that it was luck to escape the crowd, thanks to the thunder steps with which he easily passed through the entire audience, quadrupling his speed just by using them. Eager to see how far he will go if he masters them, and he remembers how hard it was, although with advantages like acquiring suitor's flames, which increase a weapon's power, and grant it fire properties. However, his mind is invaded by the resentment of feeling weak for having to resort to basic tricks to defeat his enemy. Seeing that he wants to go further, he must defeat them unilaterally and be untouchable, thinking about his goal. His father, wishing to become strong enough to protect those he loves, this being his chosen path. For her part, Gu Han calls the instructor, Jin Jae-so, who accepts the mission to report everything she sees of Hyung. She leaves, with the boss thinking about his next move, where he will cultivate his flowers, getting rid of the weeds and eagerly awaiting the event, while looking at many crossed-out faces in his office. Then it's time to return to class, and Hyung seems to tell Kim and Daniela the truth, stating that this was the reason why he didn't answer them all weekend. Kim, who claims to have been very worried, forgives him in exchange for him buying her food, with the protagonist accepting. Even though Daniela is still worried about his health, he tries to reassure her. But Kim, upon hearing this, concludes that the gods hate the protagonist. He, recalling his close encounters with them, rather thinks they are paying him too much attention. And they are interrupted by So Hyuk, who arrives speaking loudly about how the protagonist's presence annoys him. The kids listen to the threats, and Kyum and Hyun agree that they doubt they know him, whereupon the furious boy shouts his name to them, which earns him a scolding for being noisy from instructor Hyun, who will start that day's lesson. She introduces herself as the one in charge of teaching them magic operations before everyone's gaze, including the protagonist, who sees her as too young to be a teacher, and she continues her lesson on magic comprehension, and arithmetic, asking what magic is. Oyuk, who answers by saying it is a supernatural event created by the pouring of mana, and mathematical principles, which is correct, according to Kun, which makes the mage feel superior to the protagonist. The next thing is the handing out of the study books they will use to master magic, which the students claim are empty, until Hyung, under Hyung's watchful eye, discovers something, so she asks him what the book is about, with the protagonist replying that they are runes, which is correct, leading to jealousy from one who considers himself his rival. And the instructor is surprised, as it is a book one must know something about to decipher, and therefore it should take them a week, but he did it immediately, which is why she has another question for him. What are the runes in the? The protagonist hesitates to answer, laughing, as he doesn't know if it's a prank by the Numir system, of some kind or simply fate, the book being called The Life of Odin and Fundamentals of the Runic Language. For her part, Hume complains in her room, after Hume abandoned her outside to make her walk until her feet hurt in the dungeon, to then suffer harassment from the investigators about what the dungeon was like and the items they acquired. And she remembers how the protagonist left her with the reporters and used subordination so they wouldn't mention anything about his abilities, which now makes her cry with fury, throwing a tantrum while thinking about what to do when she is freed from the subordination, planning to look for him to cause trouble. Hyun, for his part, is very entertained reading the book, with which he learns that by applying the correct formula, he can change any spell with his lightning chain, thus managing to vary spells and thinking about how warriors level up by getting stronger, while mages do so by more deeply understanding the concepts of the formulas. Meanwhile, Daniela is very focused on the book, and Kim is completely frustrated after failing to decipher anything, even though she was the one who taught magic to the protagonist, feeling bad for not succeeding, especially when Daniela does, which earns her congratulations from Hyung that flatter them. Having to dive deep into the book, the protagonist sees her acting very strangely, assuming it's due to what happened in the dungeon, while Kim remains furious about not being able to read it, causing a scene which leads to her scolding the protagonist instead, while outside a Dodden Crow observes them. And just like that, out of nowhere, in a contest to decide the name of the potion shop, there is Hee-sang, Daniela, Kim, or Jiyeon along with Hyun, who seems to have a face of regret, watching everyone argue about having no reference for what to do. Since there are no potion shops, Kim pessimistically comments that they could go bankrupt, although Ojian doubts it, given that they would be very useful for the survival of raiders in cases like those they have already suffered. And we pause here to go back a few days, where Hyun, with full energy, easily passes his magic exam, with nothing more to worry about than money, selling the things he doesn't use to get more, thinking that his central objective is to become stronger, but he also needs money, having information about the future. He will seek to become rich with what he knows about items and actions, his first move being Hee-sang, with which we return to their current meeting, looking for a name for their shop. But the meeting is interrupted by Ah-hyung, furious with the protagonist, demanding that he fulfill his promise. Ah-hyung doesn't understand how she found him, until she remembers that subordination allows subordinates to track their boss. The situation and the words the girl uses leave a very bad reputation for the protagonist among the other girls in the meeting. But the protagonist tries to control his anger and unite her with the group to see if her brain helps, and thus bringing the new girl up to date. She suggests a name so bad that Hyun silences her with her subordination. Although what Oyeon and Daniela suggested also sounds very bad, resigning themselves and thinking it was a bad idea, believing that he could get better ideas from dungeon monsters. However, Kim intervenes, upset because they didn't ask her. Hyun, with nothing to lose, lets her speak, her suggestion being Taer Elixir. The protagonist is surprised when he remembers that the elixir is the other name given to the Philosopher's Stone, created by ancient alchemists, which could heal wounds and revive the dead. The name is perfect according to Hee-sang and also the protagonist, who thanks Kim with a big bright smile, taking her by the shoulders, which ends up making her blush and feel uncomfortable due to the excess kindness. With this, they decide it should be official, naming the shop Taer Elixir. Later in class, the protagonist answers another question very well, awakening the jealousy of the red-tipped mage until the class ends, where Professor Hung is stopped by the protagonist to ask her about a doubt regarding a 4-star book, which is supposed to be difficult to read even for them, even scaring the woman in the process, and thus failing to find the answer. Stuck with the book, annoyed without noticing, he is being watched by the librarian, who records his movements. Later, Hyun resorts to his other option, his teacher, whom he goes to see for tea, listening to her complaints about not having visited her, although he claims to be busy with the exams. And now, he does ask her for help to understand the book, remembering the theory presented, with a blue orb for mana creation, a purple one for destruction, and a yellow with red representing amplification, not understanding either the theory or the application of the formulas, since everything he knows about formulas is thanks to his magic eye, seeking to stop depending on it. But his teacher tells him that she doesn't really know either, reminding him that those books do not have such a marked application, beyond what each one can do with them, and even if he knows how to use them, he could reach the rank of a class writer. Hyung immediately remembers his father. Luckily, his teacher, seeing her disciple interested, decides to offer him special training, creating a magic ribbon, which she offers the protagonist to teach him more about the level 4 amplification process, to accelerate his understanding. The smiling protagonist, of course, accepts, taking the ribbon, determined to do anything that will make him stronger. And so it is that in the combat system room, Ra of the Guild, the protagonist is exhausted fighting against a series of holograms. With the ribbon tied on his arm, determined, he activates sacred arrows to strafe the holograms, activating his ribbon, which, as his teacher said, makes him only able to use one type of magic at a time. It is an imitation glaive, a sealing object, which reduces stats by 50% until he removes it or it breaks. Remembering that, when she gave it to him, she told him that by using only one type of magic he would understand it better. But he doesn't understand what that has to do with amplification. She laughs when telling him that this is his task, sending him to use the magic arrow flower, since the more difficult the ability, the more difficult the amplification. And he feels the complication of having all his stats halved, being very exhausted. The next day, Kim, somewhat aggressively, asks him if he is okay, since he clearly doesn't look well. Although he denies it, or rather denies it halfway, being scolded by his friend for basically living in the training room for the past week. He tells them not to exaggerate, thanking them for their concern, reminding them that they have the rune exam soon. And both seem not to be doing very well in that, getting nervous, until Kim decides to drag Daniela to the library to continue studying. Kim, for her part, continues insisting in the room, where she reaches level 41, increasing her equation comprehension level, and activating the passive ability, equation comprehension, also managing to improve the efficiency of Magic Arrow, raising it to level 2. He finally understands, happy that this is what his teacher meant. With amplification, understanding and learning to use a suitable technique, making it level up, depending on the mastery of the ability, and he feels like he could well be in grade B or A of the writers, remembering how his teacher explained everything to him to reach that understanding, feeling that unlike the beginning, when they only had common goals, now he does feel a relationship, master and student. For his part, Gu Han is in his office, receiving visits from Ziak, to whom, once he enters, he does not really pay attention, making the instructor feel that his value is at rock bottom and that he must recover it. So he informs him that the guild event is ready, which awakens the boss's interest, who is very interested in that place being ready. The instructor tells him yes, so his boss smiles, feeling that utility can always be found even in the useless. Young, for his part, leaves the academy, heading straight to a forest, where he begins to feel the presence of someone watching him, to whom he asks to come out or he will go after him, thus detecting two smiling people, while one throws himself to attack him with ninja moves, which confuse him, forcing him to follow them until he manages to attack one, calm about his victory, until two more shadows appear. The protagonist feels that he is being attacked for no reason, but the problem is that he is inside the academy grounds, assuming they are shadows from the boss. Tired of fighting, he decides to activate his enhanced sacred arrows, strafing his attackers, calm about his victory, until a sensation envelops him, feeling in danger, looking everywhere. Seeing that within his combat area, black feathers fly, leading him directly to a figure that terrifies him. But then it infuriates him, asking what he is doing there. This is a Dodden Crow, who is also his father, greeting him. The protagonist does not hesitate to attack immediately, using his lightning chains, which are easily dodged. But he does not give up, and uses more chains for the attack, until his father draws his weapon, not only shattering his chains, but also attacking him, causing a gigantic cut, which the protagonist barely dodges. Or so he thought, as a cut appeared on his abdomen, and he saw the destruction behind that his father's sword caused without him being able to see it. Huggins feels disappointed because he wanted to see his son, whom he supposes is violent due to adolescence. But he doesn't consider him his father. He asks him why he is there, to which he admits it is out of curiosity, looking at him with his wounded eyes, thinking that even though the prophecy is dictated, there must be a limit to Hyun's strength. So, without further ado, he approaches with an imposing aura, asking his son if the Vanir gods contacted him. Just by seeing the protagonist's reaction, he intuits that they did. So he uses his sword, which moves from one direction to another in the air, until it heads towards the protagonist who defends himself. But his barrier is easily destroyed with a single blow, leaving him very wounded. Hyun sees how his son has become stronger and notices that he has already met the Vanir, understanding that he is surely hiding more things from him. For his part, a defenseless Hyung asks him if he will eradicate him. His father denies it, observing him through his strange eyes, admitting that the adversary is growing very fast, representing a problem for the Aesir and his plans, so he decides that the best thing to do is to check if he is already a user of divine power, and also ensure to stop his growth, tearing off his forelimbs, throwing a cut so powerful that the protagonist cannot dodge. But a green power protects him, emanating from the kitten with gel eyes. With this, the annoyed crow tells him that he is about to break the agreement. He begins to say, and the Vanir, by going against Zeus's orders, although the kitten pretends not to know what he is talking about, asking the subject to leave, while jumping from the tree and transforming into a demonic girl, who indicates that she still has matters with the protagonist, and Hyun-kai just a few seconds ago didn't believe the cat could talk. Now, upon seeing her, he is surprised that just by feeling her mana, she is much stronger than his teacher. Hyujin challenges the girl, who doesn't hesitate and proceeds to use the blood from her hand to throw her to the ground, thus knocking out hundreds of shadows that begin to attack the crow, which blocks as best it can while being surrounded. Hyujin mocks, thinking that resorting to a human to end the war between the gods is low for Loki. She believes that they share the same thought upon seeing Odin desperate, trying to eliminate a simple human, hitting his ego, convincing him to leave for the moment, promising him that if he interferes again, she will finish him according to the treaties. The cat girl uses hundreds of shadows to give the crow a cut on the neck, reminding him that only the gods are included in the treaty, and not the crows. With this he withdraws, while Hyun falls to his knees, spitting blood from the battle, trying to listen to her. She introduces herself as Hell's alter ego, Haya. The protagonist vaguely remembers Hell, while the girl assures him that she will be his guide to overcome the 5 trials. Apparently, they both arrive at the room later, where Hyun tries to heal himself, watching Hell in front of him, waiting to answer his doubts. The first question is who Min Sun-oh is, his father, or so he thought, as the girl indicates that he is not his biological father, being actually Yujin, one of the Dodin crows. He is a spiritual being capable of manipulating humans, and by using that, he manipulated the protagonist to make him think they were family. Aided by Munin, the other crow who manipulates memory to keep the adversary under surveillance. The protagonist doubts this, so she shows him directly, using the Namir system to recover Hyun's memory, who, surprised, returns to a childhood memory, seeing himself being beaten on the ground by someone who hated the idea of him becoming an awakened one, especially as a mage, and since he discovered his potential, the abuse and beatings increased in his life, turning it into hell, being defended only by his mother, and he is transported to another memory, where his mother is present again, this time comforting him as he cries in her arms amidst a funeral, failing to see the deceased's photo, starting to drown in the memory, trying to swim against the current so as not to forget that moment, arriving at a memory where he sees a smiling man who brings him an ice cream. Even despite his mother's complaints about spoiling him, seeing his childhood self smile, happy to see his family happy, unable to contain himself, and starting to cry upon seeing that he had forgotten it, being suddenly returned to the real world. With all his memories recovered, he wakes up upset and crying, wanting an explanation for why they did that to him. Seeing that he is free from memory control, she decides to tell him that his destiny is to be the adversary. Hyun wants to know everything about the prophecy to understand why his life is so difficult. So she shows him a green sphere in which they will tell the story from 10,000 years ago, unfolding more spheres of light, stating that when the first Ragnarok occurred, everything began. In a final war between the gods, where the Vanir fought bravely, but were defeated by the Aesir and the Valkyries. However, the Vanir managed to survive by negotiating their lives in exchange for the giants taken as hostages, and a treaty which basically says that they cannot attack the Aesir and must obey Odin's orders, making her power grow even more. With this, the souls of everyone he hurt would return their throats in protest, creating the Great Tree. And with this, the 3 rules dictated by the prophecy. That 10,000 years before the second end, the weakest being would rise as the one in charge of destroying Asgard, and finishing Odin, opening the doors to a new world, with Hyun being the prophesied one. With this, he admits that they have all their hopes in him, Hyun understands that they want to finish. With Odin, the girl confirms it to him and he asks her what Odin seeks. She confesses that he seeks to be the king of the 9 worlds. At that moment, a gigantic pressure literally falls upon the protagonist upon hearing how Odin plans to dominate the 9 worlds, including the land of humans. For his part, in Asgard, an annoyed Odin sees that he will have to beware of an inferior being because of a prophecy. Although with the subject he is speaking to, he really doesn't think there will be a real problem with the human, since even if he is the seed of the great tree, he won't be able to do anything if they cut him off at the root. Odin insists that the Vanir are persistent and managed to find a loophole in the treaty, asking the subject to release his powers, calling him Heimdall, who knows that, with this Odin is sending him on a mission that will allow him to leave Asgard. Later, while training, Hugh remembers how Jella told him that Odin had already conquered 4 worlds: Vanaheim, Haduheim, Isvartalheim, and Muspelheim. And with a war approaching, Hela is asked why they simply weren't eliminated. She replies that although Odin is powerful, he cannot go against the prophecy, with Jin being protected by that power. But this will only last until the second Ragnarok arrives, when the protagonist can be killed, or rather, become one again. Gritting his teeth in fury, he understands that his disgusting initial life was a conspiracy between Odin and Hyujin to eliminate him, finishing off his loved ones and manipulating his memories to lead him to that hellish life. Furious, Hela sees him needing revenge, touching his chest and filling him with mana, promising him that if he wants revenge, and to protect those he loves, she will be his guide through the 5 trials that will turn him into a god killer. To become Odin's adversary and that of Asgard, he must take the Vanir throne, with 4 more trials along the way. The girl asks him to become stronger. For his part, Oh Young is also training, looking for a potion to recover, since although he managed to acquire an S-rank skill, it damages his body. Remembering how Hyung is at a much superior level, seeing it complicated to defeat him in the festival. But without giving up, he seeks to continue training until he is directly called to the director's office, who is actually on a call, assuring that he will filter out the inferior students to divert funds to the superior ones, assuming that Mr. Park will cover for him. However, his accomplice on the phone seems unable to continue doing so, as the Raider Association is investigating him. Gyuhain, somewhat worried upon seeing that he is not obeying, tells him not to listen to the government dogs, and that he already has everything ready, surprising the subject on the phone. And the plan will begin at the guild event, where a door will open, covering everything without moving. Only the preparations remain. Alin hears all of this, terrifying him, remembering the protagonist's words at the entrance event, where he mentioned that someone might have intervened. He understands that it was the boss, who got into his mind, and thinks that he is also responsible for the dungeon incident, where he was only an observer. Now furious, he grabs the knob, but stops before entering aggressively, understanding that he cannot handle this situation alone. Calming down, he enters, maintaining composure, thinking about finding someone to trust. For his part, in class are Kim, Daniela, Siak, and Hyun, with the latter remembering how Hela had told him that Ragnarok could be brought forward, while instructor Hyun wakes up the sleepyheads to make an announcement about the guild event, in which he remembers how in that event he only applied for an F-class guild on a stinky sofa, thinking that this time he could go to whichever he wanted, considering visiting the one that held first place before his regression. Hashin, the professor, continues saying that there are cadets who have priority nominations from the guilds, which are nominations that grant special benefits to the guys in negotiations. However, Hyun, sweating cold, hopes it's not what he thinks, and if it is, it's because the Lotus Guild has nominated him. Daniela and Kim. For his part, Saju was called by Hashin, awakening the rivalry again. With aggressive looks, Kim is very excited to be nominated for Lotus, although Hyun understands why she asked him about the outstanding students a while ago. With this, the class ends, sending them to do the paperwork. After that, Kim doesn't stop being excited, hugging Daniela, leaving her a little traumatized. The protagonist smiled seeing them like that, thinking that he could also see Ahyeon there, when they are interrupted by a triple text message for the 3 of them. But it's not from the guilds, but from Ahyeon, who urgently calls them to the potion workshop. And so the 5 of them gather. It is Kim who summarizes the director's intentions. Eliminate weak cadets to increase resources for the strong ones. Ojian affirms it, Ki-sang remembers the rumors of corruption without thinking it would reach something like this. Daniela is very upset because the situation plays with human lives. Even Hyuna expected that plan from the director, remembering that in that event before his regression, even he thought it had been an accident. Ojian leading asks that only that group be aware so they can react. Everyone agrees, except the protagonist, who seems to feel that he is entering dangerous territory, telling them not to confuse bravery with stupidity. With this, Kim reacts furiously, thinking that it is not the time to be selfish when lives are in danger. Haesang, despite the fear, supports him, willing to help. Danila also joins, and everyone agreeing, they leave Hayoung with no choice but to accept, seeing how all his friends are prepared to be raiders, in other words, to risk their lives, to save others. And so the main mission, the second crossroads, is accepted automatically. And the first task is to save the cadets in exchange for Hume obtaining another blank card and a sealed book. Seeing how the Vanir observe all his decisions, he is ready to make a plan to literally beat up the director's son of a bitch to the smiles of his companions. This is how later Hume informs Hun that he has mastered the 4-star book, which terrifies the instructor, remembering that, although Gyuhain wants the protagonist as a chess piece, he sees that this piece will get out of control. For his part, Hyun complains that despite being his teacher, her expression was a bit cruel, asking her if her concern is about how his boss will inform her. Hyun tries to react furiously, but the protagonist uses brainwashing, corrupting her mind as he is stronger than her. With this, he plans an attack from the inside, telling her that from now on they are friends and asking her about her boss's plan. And so the days pass until the event where a childish and animated team cannot believe they are in the Lotus Guild building. And now, along with everyone else, the guild manager welcomes them, asking them to follow him, taking them to see several of the facilities until they finally arrive. At the office of the guild master, Jo Sung, who introduces herself to them, receiving them with tea and desserts, with everyone tasting calmly except Kim, who still cannot contain her excitement of meeting the master, letting it be known by euphorically asking her for an autograph, which Jo Sung confirms with a smile. Although this embarrasses the protagonist a bit, who already knew about that admiration, Kim is very happy without noticing that the master is addressing Hyun directly, which surprises Oh Jian, who asks if they already knew each other. It is the master who replies that Hyun is her, making Kim snap out of her happiness to be bewildered, standing up and shouting in surprise. However, Jo Sung affirms that she has received a lot of information from the protagonist about them, calling them there because of him, and about his plan against Gu Han, whose corruption she already knows about but hasn't managed to intervene because he is too powerful. The protagonist understands this since he is even capable of opening dungeons at will. But for the master, most of his abilities are unknown. Even so, the manager managed to get information about the areas of most magical activity in the Academy's dome, assuming that if an attack comes from somewhere, it is most likely from there, determined to take care of and evacuate the area. However, Hume tells them that if the guild intervenes, the boss will change his plan to a more careful one. So the master leaves the plan to him, affirming that the students will be the ones to take care of themselves. Meanwhile, a group of students walks down a gloomy corridor, one of them with blue hair and a lot of arrogance. He remembers how they underestimated him for having no talent, now thinking he was chosen by Gyuhain, feeling that they see potential in him to be a raider. But the timid mage from the dungeon exercise approaches him, calling him Sion Chang, asking if he notices anything strange in that place, since unlike the guild facilities, that place seems abandoned. This puts him on alert, with the others also becoming alert, including the blonde Sion. And Gina, who sees the instructor stop, completely changing his expression, revealing his deception, and accelerating his plan and activating a magic circle, from which the kids desperately want to escape. But Kim Si-wook bids them farewell, expressing that they will not be able to leave that hell. Meanwhile, the main group is just outside the building, which is clearly abandoned. Wondering if it is really the right place, Hyun asks the manager telepathically if they are following him, and he tells him yes from very close by, surprised that he learned telepathy, which is a complicated skill. The protagonist sees his companions arguing about the directions, and he smiles, asking the manager to intervene if something goes wrong. For his part, at the Lotus Guild, Jo Sung complains that the boy took his manager, although she hopes he will be useful. Hannah sarcastically doubts it, an attitude that amuses the master, who thinks that is the charm of their sibling relationship. At that moment, she begins to feel an ominous mana, and powerful one coming nearby, looking out the window, remembering how Hyun also warned her about Gu Han, who wants to involve the Kane Guild in the dungeon explosion, which confuses Jo Sung, who knows that it is the guild he created, Gu Ha and himself, and it is very close to her guild. Thinking if it is not too obvious, even so the protagonist's information comes from one of the boss's workers. Returning to the present, the master asks Hana what she found about the Kane Guild. She replies that it is a ghost guild, which is surely used like others for money laundering or corruption, surely created only for this plan. With this, Jo Seung gets up, asking Hana to prepare her equipment just in case, understanding that they must prepare for the worst. For his part, the group finally decides to enter, although Kim doubts if that is the place, since it looks abandoned. And one affirms that it is, since she feels a putrid mana in it, continuing their way down the dark corridor, where the mana, according to the protagonist, increases too much, unsettling him and making him think about getting everyone out of there to fight alone. Just at that moment, Daniela feels a remnant of magic, thinking that magic was recently used, just executing the circle that transported the kids before. The protagonist tries to understand the formula, but when he attempts it, the circle activates, trapping them all. No matter how much he asks them to escape, everyone is paralyzed, being transported to the world of the Dark Elves, and the system is desperately alerting that it is a place that exceeds the user's level, and that they must get out of there immediately. While in that dark realm, a dark being smiles upon having new prey, rising to eat. And so they arrive at the world of the Dark Elves, whose level the protagonist recognizes as that of gods. Even being in a dungeon with his power weakened, they show annoyance upon seeing the disturbing plan of the academy head. Although Oh-jun doubts how Gu Han used such a powerful transportation technique, understanding that his demented human director surely has help from the Aesir, which increases their problems, being backed up by the manager who surprises everyone by having entered so well. He admits to the kids that he always was nearby in case things got complicated at Hyung's request, which reassures Kim, thinking they won't die. But the manager clarifies that his presence doesn't really help much, reminding them that as stated before, this is the realm of the Dark Elves, a place where even rank raiders could not survive. This leaves everyone really thoughtful upon seeing that any mistake there would be fatal. Hyun supports this, since at that time there is no information about that place. Luckily, in the future, it was observed during the incursion into that place, learning a lot about it. So seeing the clear faces of resignation of his companions, he asks them to calm down, promising to get them out alive, trying to encourage even the manager, smiling to move on to the first part of his plan, find survivors. Meanwhile outside, Ojian's father is angry with Gujin, since he could have made him grow as he wanted. Seeing that he was surpassed by a magic student, without knowing that the boss recognizes Hyun as a genius with 97 magical aptitude, which chills Hojun's father. He gets up from his chair and leaves, although for the boss, the only coldness he cares about is his tea, which he wants remade. And so it is that the old man, whom he identifies as an old military officer named An Seogu, whom he keeps close only to use his connections. For his part, the kids keep walking in the darkness, with Daniela wanting to light up a bit of the place, but Ho-jun suggests he do it, showing his level 3 flash with which he completely illuminates the entire tunnel, surprising everyone. The protagonist reveals that he leveled up his skill, something that, according to Daniela, only A-rank raiders can do, leaving Oyeon incredulous as well, who cannot believe how he has increased his abilities, and Hyun urges them to hurry. The manager is the one who ends up encouraging them to continue, however even he is surprised by the power of the boy, thinking that he is very different from all the raiders he has trained, doubting how far he can grow. And they continue their way until a point where they decide to rest, turning off the lights, which bothers one of them to stay in the dark. But he must get used to the darkness to fight dark elves. With this said, everyone drinks the potion that Hee-sang gave them before leaving to recover their mana pressure. At that moment, Jiyeon finds several paths, so the protagonist uses a skill to detect survivors. Finding that one path leads directly to the boss and the survivors, but he is stopped before responding upon seeing a gigantic arrow of light pierce the place, directly towards Daniela. But it is stopped at the last moment by Hyung using universal derivation to disintegrate it. Thus the others take battle positions, while from the darkness of the place subjects begin to appear, and many eyes, which the protagonist recognizes as dark elves, and thus they end up surrounding the protagonist's group, marking the beginning of the battle, with Kim activating her field, covering her allies. For her part, Daniela activates slowdown, also affecting the elves, and then prepares, activating a sacred shining sword. Oh Jian covers her using absolute void, with which he releases both his shield and his sword, allowing the manager to also attack, using his knife to cut as many elves as possible. Hyung observes this, seeing that he cannot be left behind, so he marks a couple of enemies, activating level 5 lightning chains, releasing an excessive amount of attacks, which destroy their opponents. Once the path is clear, he remembers the information from the incursion into that world in the future, in which they discovered that all the elves' weapons were made of magic. Activating his eye, deciding to destroy them with universal derivation, organizing that team, ordering Kim and Daniela to only use fire magic, which both accept even though they don't know why. And without losing focus, they destroy a rival attack while ordering Oyen to use provocation to weaken the enemies further, and trusting Manager Park to finish off the weakened ones. He agrees, though he can't help but wonder how the boy has that information, while activating Stealth level 5, disappearing from the sight of the elves who don't see the attack coming. Hyung, for his part, activates Fire Fists to advance, destroying every enemy in front of him. The elves are astonished and cannot let their guard down, seeing that a very animated Kim activated a gigantic fireball that sweeps away more enemies. Those who manage to escape go against her, but Daniela covers her using fire arrows to rain down on them. Their leader is furious, not understanding how the humans know their weaknesses, but he lets his guard down, being pierced directly in the heart courtesy of Hoyan, and the elf, still alive, tries to counterattack, but the protagonist's chain is what finishes him off. With this, some tired warriors and mages think it's all over, but Hyun indicates that they cannot rest yet, continuing forward since he still feels the presence of the survivors, and if they arrive a little later, they could lose their lives. For his part, at the academy, King Seug is reprimanded for letting people into the guild, although he apologizes, thinking that no one would find out since it is normal for people to disappear through doors that open out of nowhere. Gujhaim furiously tells him to shut up since people without mana would not activate the doors, knowing that someone who uses mana entered, instructing the instructor that nothing comes out alive from there, or he already knows what will happen. For her part, Jo Sung heads to a location with Hana, who thinks it is dangerous, but she does not know that the level of released magic is S level, endangering the kids and the manager, feeling that there had been no casualties so far due to the earrings that seemed to alert her. So, hopping on a motorcycle with little time, she instructs Hana that if she doesn't return in a day, she should alert the association to send support. She accepts, worriedly watching her boss leave, who goes thinking about what she will do to the academy head if he harms her people. And so, in the middle of the dungeon, two survivors appear, the scared mage and the blue-haired boy completely unconscious, the girl being in charge of helping him, unable to do anything but cry, feeling useless, exhausted and falling to her knees, feeling that if she had done more everything would be different, giving up until Hyuna appears behind her, congratulating her, and promising to take care of them, being the last thing she sees before falling unconscious. Later both are attended to by Kim, and Oyan giving them potions to wake them up. The boy wakes up still not understanding where they are, frightened when they are told it is the land of the Dark Elves. Now the rescue team wants to know what happened to them, and the boy, standing up, tells his other companions that once they fell there they were immediately attacked, being the only ones who managed to escape, both hiding ashamed. From having fled, the protagonist notices this, knowing how they feel, feeling like scoria who should have died with their companions. And he knows that people like that are only in movies, since in the real world, it is impossible to win against such strong rivals. Reminding himself, he decides to tell them it wasn't their fault, asking them to take him where they captured the others. Sion Chan doesn't want to talk, annoying the protagonist seeing how cowardly he is, but the timid mage, taking him by the shoulder, takes charge of leading them towards the king. He, who dominates the others, showing the direction. And Hyung, thinking he will face a boss, has a question for them. Who sent them there? The boy confesses this immediately, blaming Kim Si-wook. With this, the protagonist decides to go against the boss so that the others do not die. Immediately upsetting Kim, who doesn't plan to let him go alone, Daniela also has her plans. But Ji-yeon agrees with the protagonist, and Hyung admits to them that none of them can take on one of them. That's why it will be better to go alone. Kim, very agitated at the thought that her friend might die, asks if there is another way. The manager decides to admit the plot's plan. Warning him to come back if everything gets complicated, he accepts with a smile, asking him to take care of his friends. Oh-young also offers to protect them, and without further ado, Hae-young bids Kim farewell momentarily amid the concern of the other rookies, who are reassured by the manager, except Daniela, who remains uneasy seeing him leave. Kim, still crying, approaches her, taking her hand with a cheerful aura to comfort her. And while Hae-yeon leaves, they are already enveloped in an attack. The manager tries to establish positions against the arrival of the enemy, but is surprised by a blast of energy that ends up mortally wounding them. Amid Kim's screams, upon the arrival of the powerful elf leading a troop, terrifying everyone, while Hyun reaches his door ready to finish everything very quickly and return to his friends, entering only to meet the elf boss, waiting for him with something special, although his attention focuses on his earring, which marks Manager Park's life running out while the place fills with more elves. Hyun is hesitant, knowing that his friends are in danger and debating whether to return, remembering how Ji-yeon promised to take care of the place as best he could, so this time he can trust him. And so the protagonist flies into a rage upon seeing the elf's smile, setting the entire place on fire with his magic, warning them that he will take care of everyone. And so we return to the kids who, after the manager's attack, Ajan now runs to help him, seeing that he was attacked with poison, the weakness of an assassin-type raider. With this, he sees how the elves approach, ready to continue their attack against those they call the easiest rivals. So Ojo notices that their plan was to wait until they separated from the protagonist. Luckily, Daniela remembers the earrings, with which they suppose that with the manager injured, Jo-sung will fulfill the promise he made to the protagonist before leaving, giving her the earring, which is that if someone is in danger, she will enter. For his part, Hyun keeps giving his all, setting his chain of lightning on fire to create a huge explosion. Seeing how the smiling elves keep advancing, he, furious in that firmness, says he will make them vomit everything they eat, although he remembers he must hurry, wishing he had at least 10 more minutes, remembering how Jihan let him go to rescue the others, promising to take care of the group, at the moment when he saw the determined look he had seen in his friends before. And that is why he decided to trust. For their part in the battle, an annoyed Kim activates her mana field. Daniela and the other mages are also ready to fight, especially the boy who is annoyed for having been cowardly before, against the elves who assure them that they can do nothing but be food for the Elf King, launching himself into the air to attack, surprising everyone. However, John easily manages to block the elf's magic spear and also maintain a one-on-one confrontation until he activates External Void, releasing a gigantic gust that pushes the elf away. With this, the Dark Elves recognize that the white-haired one is not a burden like the others, and Ojan, confused upon seeing him superior to the previous elves, here's when he reveals that he is a noble elf from the royal family tasked with protecting the king. Kim worries a lot upon hearing this, as does Ojan, who thinks he is now facing a monster that goes beyond Class A. However, he remembers the admiration the protagonist has for him, seeing him as the imposing image of a raider that he himself had forgot, knowing that Hae-young has a path that no one can access, and that is why Ojian understands his desire, which is to achieve the same, to reach that level, so he decides not to stay in that place and catch up to the protagonist. With the decision made, he discards his shield and advances towards the elf. To the confused look of his companions, Kim Ken tries to stop him, very worried. And with this, they remember a phrase from the beginning of the story, recalling that it is said that raiders have 2 hearts. Ojian takes a stance, determined to do what he should have done from the start, activating his cores in 3 steps. First the superior, then the intermediate, and ending with the inferior. Upon releasing the 3, He is filled with a large amount of power that astonishes the noble elf upon seeing such dazzling mana. That envelops the place, and in the center is Ojian with a lost look. The confused elf sees how the intensity of the mana even reaches him. However, Ojan's gaze is lost, beginning to sweat and spit blood from his mouth, coughing and falling to his knees. Daniela sees him, begging him to stop, but the boy just grips his sword tightly, while his system alerts him that it is a skill too strong for him, causing the blood to flow in reverse, warning him that if he doesn't cancel the skill, he will die in 6 minutes. The Elko leader takes advantage of this, sending his minions to capture everyone alive. And without limbs, at that moment, John remembers that when he managed to acquire that skill, he knew his body could not withstand it, despite having obtained it. When reaching the highest level of Grima, still moving like a tornado, he takes the battlefield to confront the leader, managing to confront him, although the boy recognizes that he is still below him, since he only has partial illumination, clearly understanding that he is not going to win, and tries to buy as much time as possible, managing to repel the elf in their sword fight. However, he returns with everything, being blocked by the boy as best he can, with the leader confessing that he has already seen his deplorable state. He doesn't listen to him and continues his attack, causing a large shockwave with the clash, with which Alian only thinks of protecting his friends, since he is the only one who can do it. Stepping firmly and moving forward with all his strength in his sword, the elf smiles, waiting for him only to dodge him at the last moment and attack him. The boy also reacts, blocking and gaining distance. With the elf standing, the boy doesn't wait long, jumps to try to surprise him, but is barely blocked. The elf with difficulty gets rid of him, and Ojian is increasingly weakened, with his body beginning to give way, falling to his knees, and the system instructs him to cancel the skill as his body has collapsed. His muscle fibers were broken, and blood vessels were twisted, and now an attack goes directly towards him, which the dark elf ensures to send with all his power. Hitting him squarely, Ojian barely survives, blocking it with his sword, and with his body at its limit, he takes position, filling himself with mana one last time, prepared to launch his final attack. Determined, he launches himself with a gigantic ray of mana energy, moving at full speed, managing to hit a dark elf servant with his sword. But Ojian's eyes widen when he sees that he hit one of the leader's servants, who agonizingly accuses him of using him as a shield, although for the leader it was useful. For the boy, it was just an act of cowardice, which the leader doesn't care about, using his sword to pierce the exhausted young man, who drops his sword to the screams of Kim and the others, who see Ojian agonizing. Ojian, for his part in the other battle, the protagonist's chains fly everywhere, while he observes the cadets still trapped in cages. Hyun can only remember the 10-minute promise he made to Jehan, feeling what is happening in the distance. Despite how determined he sees his companion, at that moment, he only wishes to send everyone to hell, and return for them, a moment that a dark elf takes advantage of to try to surprise him from behind. Although the protagonist just turns around to tear him to pieces with a fire punch and a lost look. While at the top, the Elf King sees it as ridiculous that he thinks he can literally defeat hundreds of dark elves, calling him useless, which seems to affect the protagonist, bringing him memories of his childhood with his false father, who exhausted him by hearing that word. The elves only feel that something is about to happen, and the protagonist, using his mana, causes an explosion that evaporates many around him. The leader, furious at seeing this, asks for them to be exterminated, with all the other elves charging. The protagonist waits for them, activating chain lightning, which begins to move around him. As they approach, the chain of fire throws itself around the entire area, passing through everything without touching it, and it launches against them in a large explosion, which ends up covering the entire terrain. And he is happy to have tested that new magic move, thanking them for being the test subjects. And we see how the entire terrain is on fire, as are the elves, who scream in pain with the furious elf boss, warning him that he will not leave alive after this. But the protagonist has a lost look, full of hatred, remembering his trapped companions, filling the Elf King with fear, who upon seeing him cannot believe he is human. While they approach him imposingly, the king already giving up, only threatening that even if he eliminates him, the other kings will look for him. Hyun is not interested in this, and with a cold look he launches himself against him, hitting him and sending him away, expressing that he will be waiting for those bastards. Returning to his friends, Alien is impaled before Daniella's terrified gaze, who couldn't see anything. Neither the movements, nor when her companion fell, feeling weak and remembering when she was a girl. Thinking she is going to lose someone again. With no other options, she sees the elf leader turn around, seeing that only the weak ones remain, and he goes straight for her, grabbing her by the neck. He considers whether he should give her a chance, although he decides it's better not to, with the girl sweating, terrified thinking about not losing, when suddenly a bright light envelops the place, from which a figure of a woman emerges, walking imposingly. Surprising Kim and the elf, this is Jo-sun, who furiously asks him if he was responsible for hurting those people. Everyone is amazed by the dazzling armor of the master of the Lotus Guild, who warns the elf that he is going to die. With this, Ojian is happy to have survived until the terrified elf's help arrived. And an annoyed Jo-sung asks again if he was the one who left the kids in that state, looking at the manager. And Ojian badly hurt, with the elf seeing that he clearly cannot win, they plan to use the kids as hostages. Admitting it was him, awakening her anger with which he ends up confessing, admitting that she never wanted to dialogue. And after healing, the terrified elf approaches her, who tries to beg for mercy, only for her to make it clear that she doesn't like people touching hers, incinerating his head before Kim's disbelieving gaze, who sees the elf leader catch fire. Recognizing the master's strength, since she didn't even need to use a skill, but only condensed mana. Although she is faster than his gaze, not noticing that she is already healing Oppa, Daniela is worried about him. She confesses to him that the manager's situation is not so serious, at least not compared to Ojian, who is more injured. Using her active ability, she sees his internal body, which was severely injured to the point of having inverted veins and magical nerves so damaged that if she hadn't arrived in time, he most likely would never be able to use magic again. But they managed to recover him, leaving him with a debuff of 2 less life permanently. She is exhausted remembering how taxing that ability is, and Kim approaches her, asking if he will recover. She admits that although it takes a few days, he will. With the girls more relieved, the master now asks about the protagonist. Everyone changes to a gloomy attitude when she admits that he went for the boss alone. But Jo-seung smiles calmly, knowing he will be fine. Kim doubts it, so the master reassures her, admitting that dark elves are beings dependent on magic attacks, which makes them weak against Hyun. Returning to that fight, we see the wounded elf boss before a confident protagonist. He tells him to warn his brothers if he can even get out of there alive. The elf, recognizing that he cannot win, must swallow his pride as the king of the dark elves, and warn his brothers, escaping at full speed. But before he notices, the protagonist uses his chains to appear in front of him, grabbing him by the head, and slamming him against the floor. Furious, he asks where he wanted to escape. With the king, he was humiliated on the ground, who desperately tells him he won't go alone. To the beyond, and he uses a skill transmitted only among elf kings, filling himself with mana, and activating the skill called Pure Iceland, shouting at the protagonist to be afraid. He just laughs, surprised by his luck to save this for such a place, confusing the elf, while Hyung activates his blank card to learn this skill, registering it, and now using absolute calculation to overcome the elf skill, leaving him confused and Hyung raising his head to look at him. He tells him in the eyes that he should have observed his opponents better, to proceed to set his head on fire with the confirmation of his victory, and managing to unlock the achievement. The one who exterminated the king of the dark elves, then rising arrogantly from his victory, with which he obtained the item's essence of the Dark Elf King and shoulder pads of the Dark Elf King, completing the mission, earning a blank card and the skill of manifestation of magical artifacts. And now he runs for his companions, caged first finding Xian and Hina, who seem to be fine, along with the rest of the group. However, now he must attend to the others who do not seem well at all. Despairing upon seeing them, he uses sacrifice to heal them, where his power increases, since without noticing, his master appeared behind him to help heal them. Speaking to him, she tells him that the healer profession is cruel by nature, since they can only be happy when there is nothing to heal, or when they save a life, and the protagonist's eyes of sadness focus on his power, which shines throughout the cave. While outside, Kim Si-wook is agitated in his car, furious because he doesn't understand how they did it, astonished that they managed to get out, assuring in his desperation that they will not have a good ending, even if they succeeded. However, he doesn't notice that outside his car, Hyung's figure is like a terrifying entity ready to attack, putting his hand in and breaking the glass to hang the instructor and pull him out, smiling sadistically, happy to have found him. But before that, we go back a few moments to the exit of the Cane Guild, with everyone recovered and thanking the manager and the master for their help, although the latter would be pleased if they visited her guild soon, to which Kim immediately signs up. Hyun tells her that they must check the situation first, which awakens the girl's spirit, who kicks him so hard, reminding him that he asked her not to speak to him that day. The protagonist doesn't understand how it hurt so much, when clearly he is stronger than her, although Kim lets him know she is upset because she made many people worry about him, including Daniela, who shyly tries to hide it while the protagonist tries to apologize. For his part, Yosung notices the arrival of reinforcements, some vans from which Hana gets out, worried, saying she followed his orders to bring reinforcements if he didn't contact her. The master receives her very calmly, sending her kids to the guild and the rest to the hospital, although she will stay to handle matters with her student. With this, Hana leaves asking her brother to go with her. Hyung tries to tell her about the manager's injury, but this desperate man uses telepathy, so he doesn't. The protagonist worries that he keeps using his magic despite being exhausted, but the manager prefers that. Then his sister, finding out about his condition, she even tries to leave him, so he hurries at the protagonist's ironic smile. And so Hana says goodbye to the master. She remains thinking while looking at the horizon, with her student affirming that he feels the same. A disturbing look and a dark energy, returning to the protagonist slamming Kim Si-wook onto the floor. He opens his eyes to see that Jo Seung has also found out, making him sweat cold, going into aggressive mode and launching the attack, activating a magical artifact that the director apparently gave him, which generates multiple energy spheres, with which Jo Seung's sword is transported, who dodges him easily, belittling him for not even knowing how to use that skill due to lack of talent, which won't even serve him to escape. At that moment, we briefly move to Gu Han, sensing something in the distance regarding Kim Si-wook, to whom we return to see him, furious upon hearing how the master asks him for explanations about why he abandoned the cadets, and who is the real responsible party. The subject, furious at being overwhelmed, pulls out a magical pressure device, and the distant director leaves him to his fate as a castaway piece. The master tells him that this is what happens for associating with the wrong people. The instructor watches as a beam of light descends from the sky, unable to do anything, waiting to simply be electrocuted. To Hyun's astonished gaze, who cannot believe what he sees, since that skill is known as a class lightning call, remembering that it is a skill that depends on the user's strength, and although they are the same rank as his chain, his is at a completely different level. And when the skill ends, only the shattered magic sphere falls, reflecting the face of the powerful mage. And so the days pass, and we see how Daniela, now completely smitten and in love, remembers how the protagonist saved her in the Elf Kingdom, dispelling the magic in an instant. And although she admits she is still very weak, she feels very cheerful while hugging her pillow thinking about thanking the protagonist. On the other hand, the Academy is being besieged by thousands of members of the press interested in the Academy's statements, and its director, to whom this information is precisely delivered, Hung, still under the protagonist's control, is watching Gu Han, furious and sweating cold, smashing his cell phone upon hearing that he is directly accused of creating a ghost guild to abandon the cadets. Not understanding why this is happening to him, he hears Hun ask him to bring the press closer. This one, with no other options, tells him to close the academy and refuse outside visitors. Hun agrees, and he leaves, leaving the furious boss thinking that there is a traitor in the academy, and also thinking that his greedy instructor is surely there, without life. Or he had already contacted him. With this, he only has to fight the press by making a call to ask someone to pay him well in exchange for clearing his image. While Soyeon walks through the academy, Hyun arrives to give her a pat on the back. Happy to see him recovered, the boy thanks them for saving him and asks why he did what he did. He really doesn't know how to answer. However, the protagonist is upon him, who with a smile asks him to maintain that mentality, surprising the boy and thus going ahead to go to class. But before leaving, she tells him to take care because she worries about them. With this she leaves, leaving Oyan a little imposing, clenching his fists with a resigned smile, thinking about what he wants to do and looking at the sky now with a happier look. The protagonist later checks his achievements. These increase his strength and his effectiveness against darkness monsters. However, he hadn't managed to do much since the incident with the Cane Guild. In this way, he continues checking the materials, one of them being the essence of the rail, which well prepared can be useful medicine and increase magic tenfold. And there is also the dark elf armor bracelet, and with the flat essence to visit Hiseng, who he knows will be very excited. Furthermore, he checks his latest ability, materialization of magical artifacts, with which he can materialize weapons or specific objects made with mana. This ability seems really interesting to him, so he approves it immediately to create a knife in his hand, which seems truly amazing to him, believing he can earn a lot of money in the black market. However, he is even more astonished when the knife begins to shine with the activation of the mistletoe, which merges with the ability, removing the restrictions and seeing him as a genius of object creation, adding a +1 to all his artifacts, believing that the ability is very broken. Seeing his new acquisition, he remembers why the mistletoe was classified as a weapon in the past. Creating more weapons, happily he decides to test it in training. Although the next morning it seems the whole academy is in an exam atmosphere, which, according to the narrator, are the hardest they can be, causing many cadets to fail. The exams range from theoretical subject tests to practical dungeon runs in subspecial spaces that are broadcast nationwide. But for the moment we see John asleep, abruptly woken up by an angry Kim. He excuses himself by saying reading makes him sleepy, but she makes it clear that after failing, the books won't give him sleepiness, but fear. Meanwhile, Daniela is in the same condition, while Hyun observes them with a very fake smile, remembering that he insisted on teaching them. But he had no idea they were so bad at theory. For her part, Kim in authoritarian mode doubts if it was a good idea to accept when they begged her, who seemed to ramble from so much studying, further increasing Kim's anger, who goes over the next topics while Hyun looks at the sky. And so a few days pass, already in exam season, and groups of students complaining about their difficulty, recognizing Daniela along the way, who walks with a shining pace past them, remembering her place in the rookie hunt. In the distance, they see them greet Kim and Hyun, whom they also recognize as a group of talented geniuses, who, along with Oyeon, surely solved the exams with their eyes closed, which is a lot of pressure for the protagonist, although he accepts that he prefers that to criticism, while Kim shows affection by asking him how the exam went. His lifeless expression says it all, so Kim at least feels she has given her best effort. For the protagonist, it's not his responsibility, but rather that of the two who don't know how to study, moving away from her, leaving Daniela with a pouting face, telling them they can hear her. They really don't hide it, so Daniela leaves pouting, to which Seo Hyuk looks at him from afar, determined to beat the protagonist, while his friend hopes he doesn't get into unnecessary fights. Later, after some mixing in a cauldron, Kim ends up completely dirty after failing a formula to the laughter of Hyung, who is with Hiseng. The protagonist asks him if he will take care of it, but for the shy boy who can't find a way to say it, he ends up being honest with them, admitting that not only do they lack talent, but they are about to fail Kim, and hitting their pride tremendously. With the protagonist determined not to fail, he asks his friend for an alternative, and he tells him there is an option if they get a special item. This excites the boys, and so both go in search of something, a magical firefly that can maximize the effect of a potion. For this, they must talk to a blonde girl they hadn't seen in a long time, Kanu, whom they defeated in the year start hunt, and who doesn't understand why they are there. Remembering their past events, she looks at them confusedly. So Heejun clearly tells her they have a favor to ask. She doesn't seem willing to listen, until they talk about money, and not just any money, 30 million won in cash through a legal contract, which seems excessive to Kim, and also to Kono, who doesn't think twice about accepting, and so both see that the plan is working. And they arrive at the province of Hyulspult, Mugwoo's Lock, a mountainous region where Kim is enjoying the local climate, which Kim always provokes her by looking for a fight, annoying her, starting an argument while being watched by Hiseng and Junho, remembering how an hour ago they went to look for her to ask her to track the fireflies. She accepts that she can do it, but needs someone to handle finding traces. Luckily, the boys are bringing an excellent alchemist. At this, the duo turns to look at the shy boy who appears clumsily, making the blonde doubt his ability as a good alchemist since they seem to know each other. Right back to the present, the blonde recognizes the boy from being her companion when she entered the academy during the rookie house, where he himself admits not being useful. Luckily for the girl, she now sees him as an alchemist, and not as an idiot they push to become a warrior, finding him interesting. Blushing the boy, who must follow her while she goes ahead to join the others. Continuing on their way, Hee-sang comments that moon fireflies are demonic beasts, which are in the natural category, so they usually appear in nature. And not understanding how they emerged, they suppose that after the first monster outburst, the mana stored in the ground, and the atmosphere led to the creation of these species, and they chose that place because it might be easy to find them since it is very dark. So dark that Kano admits not seeing much in front of her, but Hee-sang has no problems for some reason. Hyun thinks it's because she likes insects, which Kim doesn't understand. This strange discussion ends when the boy finds a trace. The girl believes she must contribute something for how much they paid her, using her search ability, sensing the species in the area, until she detects the moon fireflies, creating a link that will guide them to the place. This surprises Kim, who is excited that it was so fast, when an impulsive Hee-sang approaches her too closely to tell her not to make so much noise, or the fireflies will escape, scaring the girl who obeys. And so night falls, and after reaching their destination, Hyun feels worried because it doesn't seem to be the place where they were, who supports this by having some fear, confusing everyone despite it being the place marked by the ability. The protagonist on alert sees a huge source of light appear in the middle of the place, illuminating everything, and astonishing Kim and the others, since according to Hee-sang it is the correct place, seeing that they are truly enormous. The protagonist tries to trap them using his gravity technique, but they escape, being recognized by Kano, who really didn't expect them to control their magic better. This makes the shy boy think they won't be able to capture them without harming them, and that the effort will be in vain. For Hyung, that is not an option, so he uses mana threads which bounce off the trees once, and again until all the fireflies are trapped in a giant mana cube, which amazes the blonde while he entrusts her with capturing them. She only thinks that just as she supposed, that guy is a monster. Hae-san is surprised to see how he did it, although Kim doesn't want to enter because she hates insects. The protagonist will not allow this, pushing her inside. Kano also enters, with the shy boy being the first to use an artifact to capture a firefly. The blonde also seems to be working, although she glances at the protagonist, nervously seeing what he is capable of, knowing that not even those in their third year could do it, wondering where he came from. Although her thoughts are interrupted by Kim, who ends up touching something sticky and stinky, making everyone laugh. Back in Hee-sang's laboratory, both boys look at their formulas, scared at the sight of their other friends. And the two potions do not look good at all, but they dare to add the secret ingredient. This manages to take on a more decent color, with which they can say they succeeded, although Hee-sang knows that the refinement that ingredient gives does not exceed 70%, which means that they shouldn't aim too high, but the formula reacts again, catching the boy by surprise. Although the boys are very happy, they think the results are better than expected. Hee-sang cannot figure out how to tell them that by a miracle, they barely reached 50%, hoping it will be enough for them to pass. And apparently this doesn't work, since a few days later both end up epically disappointed, receiving hurtful mockery from their friends. Kim, completely ashamed, admits that even with the complicated ingredients they sought, she finished in 42nd place, and slightly higher, 31st place, where Hyun was with his pride hurt, and above them Ojian was very happy with his 29th place, while Daniela finished in first place. Ojian tries to comfort him, doing it so badly that at the protagonist's cold look, he decides it's better to escape, leaving the boys with their pain. Although Hyung knows he can compensate for this with the practical exam, and Kim is also encouraged, thinking about compensating that way. Although the difficulty of this is basically a conglomeration of everything they have seen throughout the year, from the rookie house, raw simulation, and the dungeon trial, and furthermore, the central problem according to Hyung is the way groups are organized, with Daniela asking Kim what her cost is, being 14, which she says will complicate forming her group. As the protagonist explains, cost is an amount assigned to each student, depending on their grades, with the freedom to form the group as they please, as long as the sum of all their costs does not exceed 50, with Ojian at 17, Daniela at 16, and Kim at 14. The most surprising thing for him is how much his cost has increased, since it used to be 6 in his past, where he settled for being in a good group, although he also admits that nothing went well. Remembering his bad experience, thinking that those above take advantage of those below without any right. Annoying if it's fair, when a boy pulls him out of his memory, returning him to reality with more fury. Being the same one who humiliated him in the past based on his rank, but very different from before. When he used to humiliate him, now he greets him with a big smile, introducing himself as Chu Han Xian. The protagonist doesn't pay much attention to him, and the insistent boy gets to the point, asking to be part of his team, since he has a low cost compared to his skills, and as the protagonist has a cost of 20. It will be hard for him to find other companions, but Hyun contains his anger, thinking about how he had the bad luck to run into that trash. From above or from below rank, he rejects him arrogantly, with a cold look. The boy tries to make him consider it, but only to end up being humiliated by being told he is too weak to be useful to him. And with Zhu Han angry, Hyun leaves to approach some boys, whom the boy views with contempt. These are Sion and Gina, who happily receive the protagonist. Hyun looks at them smiling, confirming they will go with him. He feels relieved, while Zhu Han watches them furiously, remembering that they are the same ones who abandoned the protagonist in the dungeon. So he leaves the place furious and confused, promising revenge. Later in a cafe, the three meet, with Hina breaking the silence, timidly asking if it's okay to go with them, after how little use they were in the dungeon, especially after abandoning him. The blonde finishes by reminding him that they were selected as victims of the Cain Guild due to their lack of skill. He reassures them by expressing that he is not with them just to lower costs, since although this one is low, they are undervalued regarding their skills, since this is affected by the negative balance that escape in the dungeon had, which is now convenient, and they are calmed upon hearing this, with Sion being the one who dares to ask about the fourth member, who according to Hyun will arrive soon, just when Kim enters, furious at seeing them, remembering the dungeon event, and not at all happy that they are thinking of teaming up with them. Meanwhile, a furious Gyuhaim watches the screens with the latest news about how his academy lost prestige, and how he is being investigated for abandoning students, smashing the screen and the place, wanting to understand who spent so much money for those articles to come to light, feeling like a superior being seeing his ring, wondering who would dare to mess with him, remembering that the only ones who can be are the Lotus Guild, so he tries to regain his composure. And he approaches the window, thinking that because Yasung intervened, he must now act alone, believing he must wait for the media to calm down to return to the original plan of the Aesir gods. Returning to the cafe, Kim, now sitting calmer, makes the boys nervous with her gaze, asking them if they are really okay with that team. Hyun replies that he knows it's awkward even if he and Daniela asked for it, but it's the best alternative. Kim seems to get angry again, stopping when she sees him, accepting his decision, but genuinely asking why he chose them, when he could have passed the exam perfectly alone, surprising the protagonist with his keen observation, since his original plan is to choose personnel with issues with Wu Ha-Ying, and people who will clearly never reveal their plans in the dungeon. Remembering how Hina and Xian were captured, clearly trusting Kim since childhood, since his real plan is to use the event to defeat the boss, leaving Kim surprised, and scaring the boys, who wonder if they are serious, with the protagonists look completely serious. He wonders if the boss will be able to escape again this time. And so we arrive at the day of the exam, with Hume and Kim, listening to the instructions of Professor Ahun. The protagonist didn't know that he was a subordinate of the director, assuming he is Kim Seok's replacement, listening to the announcement that the exams will be broadcast worldwide, which seems to raise everyone's interest, being a good opportunity to show off their talents, but also a moment of much pressure, wishing them luck. The instructor activates the transport magic, which begins to envelop everyone in the protagonist's group, and a confident Hyun is ready to start, thus arriving at the subspace, which looks like a hell of fire, receiving orders to complete all missions, and then return with the core of the boss of the place. Their first mission is to defeat all the monsters on the first floor, and advance to the second. With everything in place, Sion feels a lot of heat, with the protagonist telling him they are in a place inspired by the fire realm. Muspelheim, Kim is also hot and prefers to start right away. Hyun does so, beginning to map the terrain. and looking for items for unexpected situations. Gina is confused by this, with Kim explaining that they must look for frost grass, or else they will start to slow down due to the heat, and Sion puts himself at the service of the boys, whom he admires for his knowledge. Hyun tells them that this is basic dungeon survival knowledge, since that is the priority of the raiders, survival. The protagonist then activates his mana detection, easily finding the grass, surprising Kim. And this way, they advance very quickly, just arriving at the place, with Hina surprised to see the herbs for the first time. And the protagonist asks her to take as many as she can fit in her inventory. Then talking to the blonde, he asks how alchemy went. He tells him it went decently, which is enough to entrust him with creating potions, cheering up the boy, who accepts. However, the protagonist is uneasy, seeing how the spectators arrived, who will be attentive to the most striking strategies, being basically a television show that excites many people, something that will be useful to them. But first, they must take care of the monsters that approach them, and so everyone enters alert mode, facing the lava slimes, with the protagonist ordering strategy B to be applied with him in the lead, while Xian uses provoke to attract the creature's attention, which they cannot get too close because if they get close they can explode, getting hurt. They resort to using water techniques, just what Kim begins to create in the form of a bow and arrow, and with the lava slimes slowly approaching little by little, Kim asks if it is time to attack, but the protagonist asks her to wait, and so everyone is nervous watching the creatures approach, and the users join the live stream seeking first place in the entry test, and finally they are given the order to shoot. Kim launches her water arrow, piercing the slime, while Gina also throws some herbs to destroy others. The protagonist sees the ideal scenario to use frozen earth, observing the camera. However, he seeks to increase the expectation little by little, activating a spell that illuminates the place and seeing the calm scene. He uses ice rain with the intention of increasing interest, bombarding the place. Thus he receives the chat users, who are astonished by what they just saw. The protagonist shows himself ready and prepared to start his plan, using the spectators as pieces to take down Guhan. Among these spectators, a subject with a beard biting a toothpick, observing the protagonist and the chat with great interest. In the middle of many screens, who remembers that according to the information from his assistant Hee Jae-on, the boy seems to have a lot of resentment towards the director and is protected by the teacher. With this, he really has faith in him to help him destroy Gu Han, excited to see what he will do from now on. And so the slimes are defeated, and Kim is less and less surprised by the powers the protagonist pulls out of nowhere. That's why they must move on to the next thing, making the potions for the heat with him, suggesting a point where there isn't much energy, which they will use as shelter. For their part, Daniela is in her own dungeon finishing easily, with the slimes with her sword next to Oyan, who runs at full speed, destroying everyone very easily. So easily that both begin to complain about how easy it is for them, considering the monster's weak, even more than the dungeon simulation test. Meanwhile, their companions are terrified behind them, not understanding how they can think that, and even more so because of the little care they took with the lava slimes, from which they emerged intact. For their part, Daniela and Oyan trust that Hyung is surely much further ahead, so in their competitive spirit, they decide to keep advancing, terrifying their companions who think that if these two say that, how monstrous the protagonist must be. Returning to this group, Sion finishes the potion in an hour, which Hyung finds very good. For her part, Kim is dying of heat from being in the fire realm, which earns her new teasing from the protagonist for saying something so redundant, starting to fight again. Hyung smiles when he sees it because he considers them too close. This makes Kim a little uncomfortable, who moves away from the protagonist, feigning indifference. Despite already having left everything messy, Kim notices that her friend is opening up more to the duo, admitting that she knows she doesn't blame them for the simulation, but for the fear she felt at that moment. It makes it understandable, and putting that aside, she decides to talk to her team about the next part of the plan. Later, Kim, still hesitant, walks behind the protagonist, who will execute the plan. The boy asks for trust, while using his power to place runes around, making the subspace unstable, causing the audio resistance to be disabled. This allows them to hear the chat and vice versa. Just then the chat wonders what is happening when only two members of the team are seen, being surprised when Hyung speaks directly to them. which according to them is impossible. After understanding the initial scare, the smiling one admits to having intervened in the subspace formula to be able to speak to them directly during the event, affirming that the real broadcast will now begin. All this under the astonished eyes of Gyukin, who seems fine in front of Ajahn, although inside he is sweating cold, confused upon seeing that the boy intervened in the subspace, which was made by several instructors. It is the instructor who asks the director to punish the boy immediately, but he clarifies with a big smile that he cannot, since there are no rules against it, because nobody would think of doing something like that. With cold sweat, the director thinks that Hyung will never be able to reveal information from inside the academy due to the admission contract, since if he does, they can expel him. Although his false tranquility changes when the boy speaks to him directly on the broadcast, telling him that since he is so talkative, he can mention previous incidents, which makes the director sweat. Hyung asks him live if he is afraid of being fired, but at the same time tells him not to worry, while reminding him of his favorite phrase, "The strong devour everything," affirming that strength is the most important thing in the academy. Gu Hien bursts into a mental laugh, only to stand up completely emotionless. Thinking that Hyung was rotten fruit from the beginning, he decides to order his assistant that once the exam is over, he should expel him immediately, and once the scandal passes, get some good mercenaries to eliminate him. The instructor accepts his order, with the director promising he will never let the protagonist go alive.